Hello and welcome. Guys caught me on my last bite of chips. I apologize.
Really ought to time that better, sir.
It's like the waiter
All right,
when the waiter
I'll
comes
back,
up and
back.
asks you,
Anyway.
"Is your food good?"
Welcome back. We are making progress. Those of you who have been with us on the first two episodes of the Völsunga Saga will notice that we're not numerically chipping away at a vast number of chapters, but the story is extremely meaty. And it's such a foundational story in our lore. It's seminal to a number of other stories and bits of lore, and to a number of lays in the Eddas. So there's a lot of points of connectivity. There's a lot happening in a very short amount of chapters. We'll be starting with chapter 10 tonight for those of you who are following along. As always, we are reading the translation at volusbau.org, and you're welcome to follow along there. But you're welcome to follow along with any translation that you have access to, and there may be, interesting points of variance there. I would also like to bring your attention to a couple of things. First, if you can make it, we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the Asatru Folk Assembly at Midsummer at Odenshof. Midsummer at Odenshof is typically our biggest event of the year. It's going to be an amazing time. It's at our first Hof that we have had almost 10 years. We got Odenshof officially in October of 2015. We actually scouted the location of the Hof and the building before we purchased it, directly on the heels of Midsummer 2015. The McNallans, along with myself, Mandy, Gothi Thorgren, and some other friends of ours had gone out and looked at the location. So it's an amazing place. We would love to see you guys out here if you guys can do it. That's in Brownsville, California. And it's on dates that are way too small for me to see to tell you about, but that Nick has on the deal.
June 27th through the 29th.
June 27th through the 29th. You heard it here, folks. If you can make it out to that, please do. We'd love to see you there. It's going to be amazing. Also, other things of note. The following month, in the month of July, we have the third annual Sigurd Bloat at Sigurheim on July 25th through the 27th. Come on out and celebrate with us. That is in Jackson County, Tennessee. It is a very special property that we have really big plans on in the coming years. Those of you who might not know, this is going to become the capital grounds of the Asatru Folk Assembly. It's going to be the home of Tiershof, which will be our 6th Hof. It will also house we'll figure out a cool name for it, but basically the Great Hall that is the capital of the AFA that we will host things from, do things from, and direct things from in the future. Many of the members of leadership are moving to Jackson County to be there and be part of this. Our producer, Nick, moved out there 3 years ago now, 2.5 years ago now, something like that, in order to establish a beachhead for us. And we're very appreciative of that. My family, we are looking as soon as we can. Love to see us out there by the end of the year, but I make no promises. But we are definitely engaged in making that happen. And I would love to show each and every one here what a special place that we found there and share fellowship with you guys. So that's Jackson County, Tennessee, July 25th through the 27th. We would love to see you there. Also, top of the show things. thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you to all of our stupendous donors. Last week, in just a little bit over 3 hours, we raised $1,400 towards the payoff of Njordshof. We're continuing to beat the drum because we're getting down to the final leg of that payoff. We are currently at 81.9% of the way paid off, which is amazing. I think that's 1.6% more than we were last week. Those numbers don't sound huge, but when you consider that it's a percentage of $245,000, 1.6% is massive. When you consider that we have 18.1% to go, 1.6% moves the needle quite a bit. You guys have been amazing. We appreciate your generosity so very, very much. We're making progress. Anybody who would like to help, you can donate at runestone.org. We appreciate any and every little bit you can do, goes a long way. We already have G.W. Farnsworth, our frequent and reliable and amazing donor to the program, started us off tonight with $100 towards our goal, which is outstanding and much, much appreciated. So we are off to an auspicious start. The way this breaks down is it's about $61 per AFA member would pay this HOF off tonight as something to just consider. So if you are listening and you would like to and are able to contribute, we would very much appreciate it. But we appreciate having everybody here. Tonight, if you are just joining us, this is going to be a lore study of the Völsunga Saga, starting on chapter 10. But any and all questions are welcome. If the questions relate to the story or to something that we're focused on, we will get to them. We'll shuffle those in as we see prudent. But no matter what, we will answer all of your questions before we're off the broadcast this evening. We have a number of questions that have come in already for us via email. So if you have questions at any time, you can email those to vns@runestone.org, and we would be very glad to answer any of those questions. If we get them during the show, we'll answer them tonight. If not, we will make sure we answer them on the next broadcast. So thank you guys for all of your questions and your participation. That said, Svan, are you ready?
I'm so thankful that you got the whole intro written down, because
you caught me with a mouthful of quest tips.
Despite that, gives me a chance, and my family was kind of coming in behind me, so I had to mute and make everything go quiet. And apparently I'm still getting notifications, and Monk just texted me, so and it's pinging off. I am ready. I didn't know if you wanted to field the two questions that came in before we start, or do you want to wait?
Let's just get into the material this evening, and we will get to those in due course.
Okay, I'm just making sure I'm turning everything off, because apparently volume doesn't mean just volume anymore. Notification volumes, etc. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Now, for everyone following along, just a bit of a recap, and I'm going to do it very briefly, is that we have the rise of King Volsung and his children, and then his daughter is married off to a friend, and then Lord Odin places a sword into the tree in the center of the hall, and everyone tries to pull it out, and lo and behold, it is pulled out by the Volsungs, and then, or excuse me, is at Sigmund's wedding, who is the son of Volsung, but they the sword is pulled out. The Volsungs have the sword, and that's when there's problems that start, the conniving, the backstabbing, and it ends up being that Sigmund's sister, her husband kills her father and all of her brothers save for one, and in doing so, she hides the sword. They go on the lam, and a son is born. Sinfilthy is born out of incest through sorcery, and they end up running through the wilderness as werewolves, Sigmund and his son, Sinfilthy, who he doesn't know is his son. They get captured. They get buried alive. They escape. So there is so much meat to this story. But ultimately it leads around to Sigmund traveling with Sinfilthy as his right-hand man, not knowing it's his son. And they are now settling down from their wolfganging. Anybody that doesn't know that, like, wolf gang means to walk like a wolf. That's why we still call the bridge between a ship and a port a gangplank. So they're wolf walking, and then they decide to get rid of them and burn them in the fire and become kings or chieftains, if you will. And that's ultimately into getting revenge, which cost the life of their sister, but she was happy that she managed to redeem her family as far as one of them still remained and her husband didn't get to kill all of them. And then not only that, but she ended up having a child that was of two Volsungs in purity.
Kids, don't try this at home.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely. And to be honest, I think that this really is reminiscent of Arthurian legends. A good friend of mine was talking to me earlier today, and we were just back and forth about the story because it had been so long since he had read it. And yes, he was like, oh yeah, so the sword in the tree versus the sword in the stone. Whereas there's also Morgan Le Fay, who is the half sister of Arthur, uses sorcery to hide herself, and then she has a child, Mordred, who will eventually defeat Arthur and cut him in battle. And so yeah, those links there kind of lend to a theory that
we see that shape changing in order to mate with and produce child. We see that with Pendragon in the beginning of the story as well. So that's a recurring theme in the Arthurian cycle.
Yeah, and there's this kind of sense of absolute, like, it's evil. It's considered very, very taboo, but if it's not done, in essence, Sinfilthy in this story is so much Volsung that he supersedes the family. He survives. He becomes the linchpin to making sure, at least from his mother's perspective, that the family goes on. Whereas in the Arthurian legend, Mordred is the only person capable of damaging Arthur, and that's because he is already of his stock, of his line. And so you see this dichotomy that I think is purposely brought into these stories to give the audience a gasp effect when they're hearing these stories. They're like, whoa, no, but then it's like the reasoning behind it is based upon lineage power and ultimately Hamingya from a people. And this is more or less like a Hail Mary or a just that long shot down the field. And
Well,
it's
it
not,
speaks
it
to the
wasn't,
importance of lineage as well. It's something to note. The royal houses of old Europe, quite a few of them trace their royal claim to the throne back to descent from Odin. The Swedish royal house was traced back to Freyr. You have the Merovingians tracing theirs back to a sea monster. You have these very powerful mythological connections from the other world to these kings and these lines of kingship. And the power of that inheritance is seen as a very, very real force of destiny. And that's why Sinfjotli being doubly of the Volsung stock, makes the super Volsung, as it were.
Yeah, and I think that it's a commonality in all peoples when they speak about their legends in relation to clans or groups or regions, and there are rising kings and their children, and the connection to the divine, whether it's Lord Odin or whether it's the Holy Frey, or the possibilities of other gods, perhaps under different names, and we don't quite know. Tracing the lineage back to Saxnot or Ermin or Erman, which generally people will say it's that's Lord Odin. We don't fully know, but that connection back is important. But I think also that the audience knew that the doubling up of that caused problems. I believe that it was already taboo, and that was the gasp of it. It was to get a reaction out of the audience. The other thing is I've been working on just trying to find connection points. I think that the Arthurian legends, if they are of Britannic origins of the Roman era, then they most certainly would have been influential or brought to via story into the Nordic or Germanic culture. And I think that our ancestors, the different branches of Aryans, borrowed from each other. The other ways, it could be the other way around. We just don't know if there was an older form of this story, since it clearly has connections to the migration periods, which is also Roman, that they influenced each other in some way. And that was the same thing I had brought up about the story of Harbarth, where Lord Thor and Lord Odin have a battle across a river, and it is very reminiscent to the Slavic stories between Perun the striker and Veles, the lord of magic and the underworld. So I feel that a lot of people don't look at the stories as stories. They look at them as academic ventures in writing, but don't ever consider what the story's intending to do, how the audience would react, why things are being said the way they are, and also how different groups interacting with each other would have influenced each other with story dynamics that they liked. So that's something interesting just to think about. I'm sure there's probably an academic who's may have written extensively on this, but so the other thing before we also get started, there's one other thing. We spoke earlier about Helgi Hundingsbana, and Helgi, the bane of Hunding, he is a son of Sigmund. So after Sigmund settles down, he gets revenge. His sister passes. Sinful Filthy is his right-hand man. He settles down, and he has many children. And one of the children is Helgi Hundingsbane, or just Helgi before he gets the revenge on Hunding. His stories, we have already covered 2 of those large bodies of work, and there is a connection there, and Helgi becomes his own superhero. Much like if we were to read stories about Jason or Odysseus or Hercules, there is these splitting of stories with connections, but going down into their own rabbit holes. So right before we left in chapter 8 and chapter 9, there was this establishment of Helgi being an offspring of Sigmund and leaning into a good part of his story. And then in this chapter, it cuts away and we start to move back to the Volsungs and what they're doing. So the 8 and 9 are kind of intermission from the story after so much craziness happens. Chapter 10, the ending of Sinfjotli, Sigmund's son. So the Volsungs fare back home and have gained great renown by these deeds, but Sinfjotli betook himself to warfare anew, and therewith he had sight of an exceedingly fair woman, and yearned above all things for her. But that same woman was wooed also of the brother of Borghild, the king's wife. So, a couple of things. One, Sinfjotli is the distilled Volsung war power. And it was stated earlier, Sinfjotli is built for war. His gift of being double is that he is vicious. He is almost like a berserker, and he did run with his father, Wolfgang, and it seems to have affected him, and he carries that with him. And after his father marries again, that his queen has a brother named, actually they don't state the name yet. But Borghild has a brother, and he is wooing a woman that Sinfjotli suddenly he sees her, and he is absolutely enamored with her. And he is not a man necessarily to trifle with. He is a very, very scarred man from birth, for obvious reasons. So he is wooed also by the brother of Borghild, who is the king's wife. And this matter they fought out betwixt them. And Sinfjotli slew that king. So he was also a king, her brother. And thereafter he harried far and wide. So the usage of the word harried, it survives in our word einherjar, ones who, in essence, it means to attack or to raid. But it also means to ascend. Poetic words in Old Norse have double meanings. Val can mean slain or to slay, and then Val can also mean chosen or to be chosen or to be the one choosing. In this case, harried survives in that sense of being one who is elevated, one who is being anointed, and also one who attacks or is of soldierliness. In our language, it mainly survives in the sense of flying, and that's why, like in the Marine Corps, they have a jet called the Harrier, and there's a Harrier Falcon or Hawk, I believe. And the other usage of the word for fighting and kind of like if wolves are biting at the hind legs of a large animal, it would be said that they are harrying the animal, nipping and biting slowly to tear it down. And that has kind of been lost. So here he says, that he after he slays Borghild's brother, he goes and Vikings the land. So let's see. Thereafter, he harried far and wide and had many a battle and even gained the day. He became hereby honored and renowned above all men. But in autumn tide, he came home with many ships and abundant wealth. So again, built for war. Sinfolti's purpose is marred with this overarching sense that this is all he knows. This is all he's good at. He's phenomenal at it, and he gains his renown through that. Then he told his tidings to the king, his father, Sigmund, and he again to the queen, and she, for her part, bid him get him gone from the realm, and made it as if she would in no wise see him, because he slayed her brother, who was going after the same woman. So she's holding true to her clan and to her people, just like the Volsungs did. And so she has no love for Sinfjotli. But Sigmund said he would not drive him away. He would not banish him from the kingdom despite his wife's anger, and offered her atonement of gold and of great wealth for her brother's life, albeit, he said, he had never erst given Wergild. So a lot of folks in Asatru know about Wergild, and even though it was never proclaimed anywhere that if there was the loss of him, there would be a paid redebt, or paying off of debt, or paying off a debt because of the loss of him, it didn't matter. He said, I would gladly give your family gold to pay off that my son killed your brother.
So here's kind of a point of Asatru and our concept of justice. In many ways, the idea of justice comes to rebalancing scales. When a wrong is done, there is a tangible value that is taken from a person or a group of people. And it survives today in this idea that one pays their debt to society, but not really. The victims of crimes get very, very little out of someone doing decades of time in prison. The idea of regaining lost honor is fundamental to our sense of justice, but also just value. A man of your folk, especially someone who is of great renown or of importance, taking that away from your family diminishes your family's influence. It diminishes your family's future, diminishes your family's productivity. If you own a farm and the guy that does all the farming is killed, the widow and children are stuck in a very bad way because they no longer have the ability to care for themselves. If you're part of and again, businesses in the day were family businesses. If your family were cobblers or blacksmiths or whatever else, and you take away one of the sons or one of the uncles or one of the people who is instrumental in doing that, there's a tremendous value lost. If they're warriors and your living and your renown and the prominence of your family is based on war deeds, and someone slays the hero of your line, there's a value. So the idea of assigning value to life and paying that as a way of restitution is the idea of Wergild. If it's always an endless feuding vengeance cycle, everybody dies, and ultimately it's very destructive socially. So the option is presented to still get your honor and get recompense by assigning a value to the person that was taken from you, and the person who's guilty of that repaying, paying their debt of what they took from you with their slaying. And that's what he mentions here. And it's a point of pride, like, no, he's killed a lot of men, and this is the first one that he's willing to make some sort of compensation for, to make it right. And the fact of him being willing to do so is a tremendous nod of the head and courtesy of him being willing to do so. And that also touches on something that's important in Asatru. He is not legally obliged to pay this weregild in any way. There is a nobility. A lot of people, trying to think how to approach this. I apologize for the disjointed nature of it. We don't ever want to mistakenly define Asatru as the opposite of Christianity or the opposite of something else. And in the early days of the modern reforging of Asatru, there's this, Christians forgive, and Asatru never forgive. That's ludicrous. There is a nobility in being able to extend somebody a kindness, let something slide, pay a fine that maybe you don't have to pay, but out of, a generosity of spirit. The idea of generosity of spirit is within our virtues, certainly, and is a noble thing to do, and is honestly kind of a nobility flex, that you're so well off, you are able to part with some of that wealth in order to square a debt, or make somebody feel whole, or make someone who you acknowledge in some way feel compensated or feel honored. So both of those pieces of our Asatru concept of justice are reflected in this story, and I wanted to point that out.
Well, she listens to him, and she says, so seeing that she might not get her own way in this, i.e. him being outlawed, she says to him, thy will in this matter, O my lord, for it is seemly so to be. Seemly, again, is the Germanic word for honorable. It's an honorable thing for her to accept it, and for him to lend it out. The seemliness is, again, that correct action. And so she says she will take it. And she holds a funeral feast for her brother by the aid and the counsel of the king, and makes ready all things thereover in the best of wise, and bade thither many great men. At the feast, Borghild the queen bare the drink of the folk. So she's carrying the horn to the high table. There is the high seat, and she has a seat amongst them. But for her to ladle or to receive a horn from a mead maiden, and then bring it forth for each of the people in the high seat to drink. And at the feast, the queen bears the drink to the folk, and she comes over against Sinfiolti with her horn and says, fall to now and drink, fair stepson. And I thought it was interesting that the translation for stepson in Old Norse is stupsonner, stepson. So I didn't realize the usage of that word would be the same. Then he took the horn to him and looked therein and said, nay, for the drink is charmed drink. Then said Sigmund, Give it unto me then. Therewith he took the horn and drank it off. But the queen said to Sinfjotli, why must other men needs drink thine ale for thee? And she came again the second time with the horn and said, come, now drink, and goaded him with many words. And he took the horn and said, guile is in the drink. And thereon Sigmund cried out, give it unto me. So this is the second horn. And we know kind of, again, Aryan mythic cycles and purposes. It's the 3 number is going to be a big one. So again, the third time she came to him. So his father Sigmund takes it, drinks the second one. And again, the third time she came to him and bade him to drink off his drink. And if he had the heart of a Volsung, then he laid hand on the horn, but said, venom is therein. Nay, let the lip strain it out then, O son, quoth Sigmund. In essence, I've always taken that to be a translation that, like, let your mustache strain it out. But he says, yeah, no, you'd be able to stop it or, ill will it against, that it wouldn't be able to move against you. And by then he was exceedingly drunk from drinking the 2 horns before, and thereof spoke he in that wise. So he's speaking crazy because he's 2 in. But Sinfjotli drinks, and straightway he fell down dead on the ground. Sigmund rose up and sorrowed nigh to death over him. Then he took the corpse in his arms and fared away to the wood, and went till he came to a certain firth. Now, for those, again, following and from stories before, firths are fjords, the English equivalent. And then he saw a man in a little boat, and that man asked if he would be wafted by him over the firth. So he meets a ferryman, and clearly we see this again. We're leading into the mythical and the divine. So let's see. Sorry, I always lose it when I do this. And then he saw a man in a little boat, and that man asked if he would be wafted by him over the firth. And he said, yes, there too. But so little was the boat that they might not all go at once. So the corpse was first laid therein, while Sigmund went by the firth side. But therewith the boat and the man vanished away before Sigmund's eyes. So Lord Odin takes Sinfjotli. And the connection between Lord Odin as a psychopomp in comparison to other Aryan branches of faith is well established. And I think this is also something that our ancestors more or less knew. I'm not saying that every one of our ancestors had a theological grounding in these concepts, but once it was spoken, they most likely knew, or there was someone going, that's Lord Odin that's taken him. We see this again. He's so intertwined throughout the story with the sword being placed into the tree here. And then again, and I don't want to spoil it, but he comes again in an involvement with Sigmund. So his presence is ever pervading, paralleling this journey, and he consistently comes in and out. And I think our ancestors knew that. That was absolutely the cameo of the gods coming in and out just flavored it into enough to where they were just like, oh, this is going to be good. Like, this is going to be epic. So thereafter, Sigmund turned back home and drave away the queen. So he is now enraged. he drives her out, and little after she died. So they don't story-wise really follow into, and he doesn't get revenge, he just outlaws her. But Sigmund the king yet ruled his realm and is deemed ever the greatest champion and the king of the old law. That's another great point is Alcirgo and I were talking about kingship and where exactly the view of kingship and crowns and things of that nature. I think that there was influence coming up, especially when they juxtaposed their view of kingship to say the way that the Hellenics did it with an emperor, and this is noted even when the King Odoacer becomes king of Italy. He purposely says he's not an emperor, he is a king, and he will rule from Ravenna, and he rules based on Germanic dictates versus Hellenistic dictates. And so I think that part there is referencing that Sigmund rules in the more Germanic sense. And what that would mean really is kind of like what Tacitus, writes about, is that the Germanic folk would let people of the court wear weapons and speak freely, and that the king is a warrior. He's brought up from warriorship, whereas an emperor might be more of a logistic-minded person or someone who works their way to the top through cunning. And there's this air of difference that I think is re-emphasized ever so often through the lore.
I'd like to mention a couple of things before we move to chapter 11. I think this is really important. And again, those of you just joining us, we will absolutely get to the story and it'll take as long as it takes. But the idea behind it on these episodes is for Svan and I to illuminate points and illustrations that are fundamental to our religion here. And one of the things that is interesting, a lot of the time in the early days of the reforging of Asatru, there is a disproportionate focus on democracy. There is an association with Icelandic democracy as if that were the ultimate expression of Asatru governance. That's not the case. There's a lot of right ways to do this. There's a lot of ways to govern that are substantiated or are expressed by our ancestors. But one of them that is extremely valid and extremely ancient is the idea of kingship. And kingship amongst our folk was not in any way a slap against having a level of grandeur that an emperor or an Eastern king would have, but it's the added weight of responsibility. You see that the king isn't like cloistered and shut away and like being worshipped from some distance as he sits in a palace and reaps benefit. The king is made on the battlefield. We see that time and again in the story. The king, is made by their warrior prominence. There was often a number of people of appropriate blood lineage that could be considered for kingship. And the one that became king and was elevated was the one that demonstrated their ability to lead. And it goes into a number of factors, but one of those factors, and this goes into our noble virtue of victory, the possessing of victoriousness, the luck that a king had to be successful and to accomplish was part of what merited his reign, his riki. He would have he would be victorious. He would carry with him victory. So courage, feat of arms, the boldness to lead in battle. And you see this throughout the medieval period, to where if there's a pitched battle, that king's banner would be what would drive his knights forward or make them fall back. And if the banner went down, and people were like, okay, it's time to go home. King's dead, battle's done. In an earlier time, sometimes the king would be the champion, and him and a rival king might go out and settle the score themselves. As we move into the more historic period and the high medieval age, we see the kings take the field very often. And it's also important to, I know our folk, it is very seductive to look at everything in the extremes, but there's a lot of variance. Certainly it wasn't expected that a 80-year-old king was going to go out on the field and have the same warrior prowess as, a 30-year-old king might have. But all of that was done within the reasonableness of respecting their prowess. I'm sure that the ladies have a way of doing this that is different, but I speak as a man. Every one of us as men, we go through an initial feeling out process when you meet another man, where you think you and that man fit in a martial and, primal level on who's coming out on top. If a fight happened, who's going to win? Who do we think is, the more Chad of the two? Whatever that is, we all experience that as a man. And it can sound silly, but I think everyone who's a man on here knows that that's a thing you do when you meet other men. You test them out, you look them in the eye, you give each other a handshake, you sense who has the gravitas to lead and who has the gravitas to follow, and you kind of piece that together. And there's rank and protocol and social situations where that might be skewed, but you guys kind of know amongst each other and people act accordingly. And again, that is different. You may have a young man that obviously could, beat the pants off an old man, but they see within them a presence. When we talk about the other self, to a degree, when we talk about the hammer, we're talking about your projected sense of self that goes beyond your physical limitations. And I think, many of us have seen that when you look at an aged veteran or an aged, in our time, an aged athlete sometimes, somebody that, you can tell that guy is somebody. And you see that, and that presents itself in a very powerful way when we talk about royalty, especially in sagas. That's why often there will be somebody of, humble birth that seems like a nobody, but people will react and see that they have a regal bearing to them. They have something. And then you'll find out that, secretly they're a foundling, and they trace their line back to some kings because their regality is manifest in the way they carry themselves and in the projected image that they have. And so they've got to back discover hey, who is this guy? Because we know he's someone. And also I want to acknowledge you guys are generous and amazing. We have raised $207 so far this evening towards paying off Njordshof. Thank you guys for that. We have Folkbiller Alexandra Casto, who bought us 3 coffees. That's a $15 donation. Thank you, Alexander. We've got Bill in Tennessee that donated $65 to the Njordshof payoff. Appreciate it, Bill. Thank you. And we have Sarah who donated $42 to the Njordshof Fund, and we definitely appreciate that. Thank you, Sarah. You guys are awesome. You guys continue to amaze, and it's much, much appreciated.
Yeah, the one thing that I would like to add to that is that Heimdall comes to the folk. He comes to great-grandmother, great-grandfather. So the generation that is in the story represented by great-grandmother and great-grandfather. And he slowly builds, and finally, under father and mother, their exalted son, the one that is focused on, the one that is taught the runes, his name is King. So King is one of the oldest forms and titles really to mean leader. And that leadership is attained in different ways of different forms of governance. But our ancestors, going all the way back, the primary form of governance was conquest. And the reason why Iceland is a democratic sense is because they were, one, dealing with Harold the Fairhair, and he had a very bad overall view, the way they were looking at him. And so I think they were coming over there with that rejection in mind. The other was there was no conquest of Iceland. There was a divvying out of land, and they were attempting to keep the peace so that there would be no wars, that there would be no conquest. And that's ultimately what led to it. I think that the people of Iceland that moved there initially were very familiar with the concepts of kings and conquest, but that
not only that, they go back to Norway or to England often to serve kings because they understand kings are something special. They don't have their own king. They exist kind of outside of that, but they seek being in service of a king, because that was, if you weren't a king yourself, that was the ultimate for any warrior, is to be in service of a great king. The other thing is, and we're extremely grateful because our folk encounter literacy as the establishment of Iceland happens. It is a golden age amongst our folk of poetry, of song, of writing, of storytelling. So that's where we get so many of our things. But we need to never lose sight in Asatru that Asatru has existed since the dawn of our folk. It's existed since the Ice Age. It's existed since Hyperborea. And just because the last glimpses that we see before it was overtaken by Christianity were of an Icelandic flavor, it's not to mean that that's the be-all, end-all of our faith. There's a lot you could learn, but I often wonder, what would future anthropologists think Christianity is when they uncover all these, gangster rappers with big Jesus pieces on their album covers. Tupac's not St. Thomas Aquinas, but he's got a big, bedazzled Jesus swinging around his neck. So we do ourselves a disservice if we only see this one sliver of time, or people who happen to also be Asatru. But for example, people think that Asatru equals Vikings. The Vikings were Asatru, and in that part of the world at that time period, the prominence of being an armed raider was at the forefront. But generations earlier, there are farmers who are Asatru. There are kings in cities that are Asatru. There are, blacksmiths that are Asatru. There are fishermen who are Asatru. There were charioteers on the Caucasus who are Asatru. There's a much bigger tapestry of what makes our folk than this very late example that we see in the Viking Age, which, again, nuance is everything. Vikings are awesome. I don't think anybody on here would contend that they are not. They are awesome, and they capture our spirit and our imagination in a really special way. We also need to keep in mind that there is more to it than just that, however. Hour in, we've got one chapter in.
All right. Yeah, well, and this kind of brings us into I think the area where most people know about the Volsunga sagas is around Sigurd, the Dragon Slayer. But that involves, again, in all of these stories, there's a kind of the rise and the fall of the predecessor or the progenitor in order
Okay. Last thing, and I'm going to goad Svan into chapter 11, but that is important, and I like that this is the Völsunga Saga and not Sigurd Saga. For that reason, when we were reading Egil's Saga, I think we were halfway into the second episode before his birth.
Right.
Because again, it's a dynastic saga that often takes the name of one of the characters. At least the character who got the name of the saga was the progenitor of the line, so it was all of his descendancy that end up being a lot of the focus. But yeah, this is much greater than just a story of Sigurd the Dragon Slayer. This is of his family, of the tribe, the Volsungs, who established this amazing dynasty of our ancestors.
Well, and here we have it in chapter 11. It's of King Sigmund's last battle and of how he must yield up his sword again. So the usage of that is interesting in the taking up the sword for the battle or giving over the sword. But that's in this part. So there was a king called Eilimi. And I was just watching a video recently about how EY may have been a U sound, like Eilimi. But I'm just going to go with Eilimi. Eilimi, mighty and of great fame. And his daughter was called Hjordis, the fairest and wisest womankind. And Sigmund hears it told of her that she was meet to be his wife. So again, some of this typing is throwing me off. She was to meet him to be his wife. If none else were. So he goes to the house of King Eilimi, who would make a great feast for him. If so be he comes not thither in the guise of a foe. So messages were sent from one to the other that his present journey was a peaceful one and not of war. So the feast was held in the best of wise, and with many a man thereat. Fairs were in every place. So, in essence, as long as he comes under a banner of peace, he may enter and meet the king and his daughter. And so they send out messengers ahead of themselves and bear to everyone so that no one goes running up to the king and saying, oh, there's like a whole army coming. No, we're here under peace. And it works. They get together and they hold a great feast. And they have much a fanfare going on with markets, etc. And so many men were there at fairs were in every place. Oh, and that's another thing I wanted to bring up because I think recently there was some ridiculous news interview where a woman was talking about mankind and person kind or whatever. But especially here, this is even as it's translated, it is being listed at many a man. And in that case, they're talking about people and masculine, the masculine in all Germanic languages, man, and then mankind or man in a general sense was seen as all people. So the masculine had to share the identity with the folk or the nation or the tribe as a whole, and women were uniquely their own. They were like in Anglo-Saxon, they were called Weefman. so not even fully separated from it, but in Old Norse, they were called kona, which connected to the Eastern Germanic Gothic word kinu. I believe it's kinu, meaning woman, and it survives in our language with queen. But the idea was that a woman was unique and did not have to share her identity with the whole, which I think is very telling considering how there is forces or ideologies attacking women and have been attacking women in or even trying to utilize women against themselves in a lot of ways. But in this case here, where it says there that many a man made fairs and were there at, they're talking about people. And they in every place they were established, therefore King Sigmund, and all things were done to aid and comfort his journey. So he came to the feast, and both kings hold their state in one hall. Thither also was come King Lingi, son of King Hunding. Now, remember, Helgi, who is the son of Sigmund, this is who we're talking about right now, Sigmund. Helgi ends up slaying King Hunding, and that's where he gains his title, Hundingsbana or Hundingbane. But this is King Hunding's son, who was also a king as well. And kings were landholders. They were they had gained through conquest. They had gained through providence, and had established themselves and had men underneath them, thanes or athelings. So King Lingi is the son of King Hunding. He's also there. And he also is wooing the daughter of King Eilimi. So now we have a very similar situation to what happened with his son, Sinfjotli, which we also never find out what happens. It's kind of I wonder if in slaying the other suitor, he goes a Viking after that. So what if there was some fallout there that she did not take to him because he slayed, a rival suitor, and then he just basically said, screw this, and he leaves off with his men, and he just attacks towns or, attacks other armies and other lands, because he doesn't end up kind of getting with her, and that just curtly falls off. So now we have the son of the son of King Hunding, King Lingi, and Sigmund are now trying to woo Eilimi's daughter, whose name is Hjordis. Now the king deemed he knew that the twain had come thither but for one errand. So the king Eilimi, because again, we're using the king title is used a lot, but King Eilimi he knows that King Sigmund and King Lingi have come here for one purpose, and that is to attain the hand of his daughter. And that thought withal that war and trouble might be looked for from the hands of him who brought not his end about. So that war would come from the one who did not win her hand. So he spake to his daughter and said, thou art a wise woman, and I have spoken it, that thou alone shalt choose a husband for thyself. Choose thereof between these two kings. My reed shall be even as thine. Now we see this happen a lot in the Icelandic sagas, where a man will come to the house and he will seek the hand of the father's daughter. Now, a lot of people will try to, shake their fists and gnash their teeth and say that they're chattel and property. But remember, with no legal systems about, A woman's defense was the male members of her family. Her father and her brothers were the ones that would die or go and attempt to rectify any crimes brought against her. So their lives were literally on the line. And at the same sense, in a lot of the sagas, you'll hear them say, I approve or I don't approve, but it ultimately falls upon my daughter's decision. And generally, whenever they did not approve, they were very strong-willed about it, or that's when that character aspect would show up more, is that the father is going to become a barrier. But if they agree, a lot of times they would simply fall to the decision of their daughters, and he was there as protection, knowing that if she chooses one, the other one might get wild, and he has to take care of that.
Something to think about too is we have a disproportionate emphasis in the world today on what our rights are. To our ancestors in the Asatru worldview, one's rights are important, but what was also balanced to that is one's duty. You often find daughters making matches that they don't want to, or that, otherwise wouldn't be their preference, because that's what's going to advance their clan, their family. That's what's going to unite their father's kingdom and another powerful kingdom. That's what's going to, it extends, that's what's going to help her father's farm interface with, the guy. Her father farms hogs, and the guy who makes hog feed in the other farm. This will make that mercantile alliance work well. Be it bigger, a guy who's got a decent war band is going to help her father have power and protection and warriors at his side when he needs them. In the case of queens, that's going to unite the realm and bring peace. That's going to bring a diplomatic alliance that will ensure the survival of her kingdom or her family or her dynasty. It's not that they, it says often in our sagas when you read that they choose to abide by the will of their father, or they choose to, take the father's read in this, or they choose to whatever. Very often it's expressed. It's never expressed. And so the king gave him his daughter. That's very seldom do you see that. It's very often. So the king talked to his daughters like, hey, this is what I want you to do. Or, hey, what do you want to do? Because we got to be ready for the consequences. There is a duty amongst Aryan noble people to embrace your social obligations rather than just, be silly or ruled by emotion on these things.
Well, and her decisions and the actions thereafter are also, it needs to be understood that this is not historical, as it is a hybridization of historical with legend and mythos, kind of all of these things intertwined, and none of that makes for a good story to be told if it's just they went here and established a kingdom. No, there always has to be that what's going to happen next. So she says to her father, it is a hard and troublesome matter, yet I will choose him who is of the greater fame. So whoever has more renown, and she's already made her opinion on this. King Sigmund to wife, albeit he is well stricken in years. So even though Sigmund is now older, she will go with him, for he has greater fame, greater power. So to him was she betrothed. and King Lingi got him gone. So as soon as she chooses him, King Lingi's like, and he just packs up his stuff and he leaves. Not a good sign. Then was Sigmund wedded to Hjordis, and now each day was the feast better and more glorious than the day before. But thereafter, Sigmund went back home to Hundland, and King Eilimi, his father-in-law, with him, and King Sigmund betakes himself to the due of ruling his realm. So at this point, it's worth noting, like King Eilimi is now, this is his son-in-law, but King Sigmund's older in age, so they're a lot closer in age, and he goes to like look at King Sigmund's realm. He gets a chance to kind of see from within the court. And Sigmund goes back to ruling. But King Lingi, who is the son of Hunding, and again, there's this establishment, Hunding to Helgi, and the son of Helgi to the father of Helgi. So there's a crossover there, which again, I think our ancestors looked at poetic movement and reflection. They looked at the way things were placed. They looked at the commonalities between things, the polaric sense, starting all the way back with Nibelheim and Muspelheim. There's always this sense of balance. There's a sense of spiritual movement, and that those movements have power, which is why cosmology is so important, and why I always harp on, moving away from incorrect thoughts, where these are notions and theories that people are placing out there, like that Lord Odin is the only god that is of rightful to the sky, but Lord Frey was also held to kingship, and so was like many other gods mentioned, and so it kind of seems strange, or that Yggdrasil is below, that the base is below the worlds and the roots are in the underworld, and that kind of stuff. Those throw off a balance of movement that takes place throughout all of our stories. You have to be careful, and you need to try to find the patterns when you can find them. And in this case, Sigmund's son Helgi kills King Lingi's father, and now the son, King Lingi, is going after King Sigmund. And there's a kind of that dualistic pattern. But King Lingi and his brethren gather an army together to fall upon Sigmund, for as in all matters they were wont to have the worser lot. So did this bite the sorest of all, and they would fain prevail over the might and the pride of the Volsungs. So they came to Hundland and sent King Sigmund word how they would not steal upon him, and that they deemed he would scarce slink away from them. So Sigmund said he would come and meet them in battle, and drew his power together. But Hjordis, his new bride, was born in the wood with a certain bondmaiden, and mighty wealth went with her, and there she abode the while they fought. Couple things about this stanza here. They're basically saying if he's a Volsung, he's not going to run. But they have arrived at its land to fight a war. And this was on everyone's mind. And the audience was already kind of seeing this coming, because there was two trying to get Hjordis's hand. But the fact that he sends Hjordis with a servant woman into the woodlands with all the wealth is kind of a foreshadowing to the might and the power. As he's older, he's now taking these precautions because he might not win. And he has that feeling that this is a great cost, or could be a great cost. Now, the Vikings rushed from their ships in numbers, not to be borne up against, but Sigmund the king and Eilimi set up their banners, and the horns blew up to battle. But King Sigmund let blow the horn his father erst had, and cheered on his men to fight, but his army was far the fewest. So both sides gather, and they are leading as these battles are fighting. And I love the blowing horn is sounded. Now was the battle fierce and fell, and though Sigmund were old, yet mostly heartily he fought, and was ever the foremost of his men. No shield or byrnie, and remember, byrnie is a chainmail shirt, might hold against him. So he cleaved through shields, he cleaved through chainmail, and he went ever through the ranks of his foemen on that day, and no man might see how things would fare between them. Many an arrow and many a spear was aloft in the air that day, and so his spy rights wrought for him. Remember, spy is to be able to see or foretell the actually let me double check before I say that, because spycraft is to be able to see into the future. Spy rights, I've always taken it to be counsel or divinatory counsel of your court. But I don't know if Nick, if you could look up a little bit on that just to make sure I'm not miscalculating. But
Spy, SPAE. What's the second part of the word you were looking at?
Dash rights, WRIGHTS. And I'm wondering too, it could be a misspelling of, or it could like be spy whites, or spirits of foreseeing. But they tell him he will get. They wrought for him that he got no wound. And the other part of this is the mentioning of the spy or spow craft being wrought, being shaped. So the other kind of level of this is that he has members of his court who are able to see into the future and forge an outcome. Kind of like wrought iron, they are forging that he will have no wound. So he says, and so his spy rights wrought for him that he got no wound, and none can tell over the tale of those who fell before him. And both his arms were red with blood, even to the shoulders. So
I love that so much. This description is, this whole paragraph is profound. My understanding of that is that his spow sorcerers were able to, magically shield him or enchant him to maximize, a good destiny with that.
You're right. Right, WRIGHT. That happens to be my mother's maiden name. Is just a word that means maker of or builder of. And if you look in the Old Norse on the side next, it's actually the word they use is spáldisir.
Oh, yes.
And they translated it to spow rights. So maker of the future, or weaver of the future.
His prophecy crafters.
Yeah.
His future, goddesses / priestesses. I think that, that is part of the enchantment of this time. Just as he was at one point in time donning the skin of a wolf and traveling about as a Ulfsark, he has his, sorceresses magically protect him as he's, old in years, I guess long in the tooth as a werewolf, but he's out there, shoulder deep in the blood of his foes.
Yeah, and I was looking over in the Norse translation and I couldn't find where they had utilized it, but yes, Disir are any spirit that has the ability to twist the fate. The Disir of mortal men can twist the fate of their descendants if they don't give homage to the gods, if they don't give homage to their ancestors, if they do something to bring dishonor to the family, they turn off that haminga, that direct link that they have to the ancestors dwelling beyond the veil. But also too, Holy Freya is referred to as Vanadis. She is a shaper of fate for the Vanir gods of the middle world.
We've
And
talked a lot about in our lore, there are certain terms that have a very broad meaning, like Alf. Yeah, it means elves. It also means spirits. It also means a variety of things. Jotnar are sometimes, these chaotically evil, malevolent forces. Sometimes they're ancient sources of primal wisdom. Sometimes they are largely unconscious and just natural things put in motion without a lot of will or forethought. Other times they are beings of great cunning and magic. Sometimes they are trolls. You have a big variety there with the Disir. It's the same word can be applied to goddesses, to priestesses, to the guardian female spirits. I think the point of commonality, as Svan mentioned, is they are shapers of fate, or certainly shapers of the numinous. And I think also the commonality is it's an explicitly female term. If you are a Vitki, you are doing something different. It may have a similar effect. It may work in similar channels with similar things, but Disir is specifically female. And you'll see it used for both goddess and honored female ancestor, and even at times, magically potent priestesses.
yeah,
It's funny that there are goddesses amongst the Vanir. It's a tribe of gods, but amongst them, Freya is the Vanadis.
yeah, and the Nornir are referred to as Ausdis, or the twisters of fate, even for the gods, as they are part of. After slaying Ymir, they start the process, but they remain amongst the gods, which is a very interesting thing. And they stay there at the base of Yggdrasil, at the Well of Earth, for the gods to dictate into the rest of the world, kind of from above. So that's super interesting. Also Alf, even Tolkien, in reference to the character Gandalf being an elf of the wand, while also in the saga in Helgi Hundingsbane, they're referred to as ship elves. So the connection of an elf being a being that is synthesized or completely integrated into the element before them. Leos Alf. That's a being that's synthesized with light. And the other interesting thing is Disir has more of a very interesting willful aspect. They're twisting, they're turning, they're changing, whereas Alvar seem bound by duty towards the thing. And it becomes poetic in the sense that, if he's a sword elf, he is bound to the sword. He's a man of living by the sword. So it becomes very poetic, but it is an interesting verb to adjective kind of usage in that. I think that's very interesting. I just now kind of I'm hitting that. And I found the translation. It does say, yeah, Spaudisir. It's just in the paragraph above, and I was trying to find it in the other one. But he has the ladies of his court. They're Seithkonas, they're Spaudisir, and they wrought that they will change it so that he gains no wounds. So he goes through and he's clefting shields. He's piercing chainmail shirts, and he's just covered in blood all the way up to his shoulders as he's just wrecking everyone despite his elder age. But now that's another thing. They're also setting something up. I'm not spoiling it, but remember, if he's got these Spaudisir who are they're making sure he's protected and he goes forth, then it would take an enormous amount of will to supersede that. If Orlog is flowing out, and then these Spaudisir like use their power in order to twist the fate around him, it would take something more of dominion to supersede that. It wouldn't be like another human or another group of Spaudisir. It would have to be something more. I know.
Back in the next paragraph here. Before we do, hello, Claudia. Thank you for joining us this evening. We appreciate having you. Svan, take us into the rest of this chapter.
Okay, so sorry, I know it's like tinging into it. But now, this is the next paragraph. But now, as the battle had endured, it had been going for a while, there came a man into the fight, clad in a blue cloak. He had a slouched hat on his head, and one-eyed he was. Clear as day, they don't even try to mince it. And this would and bear a bill in his hand, and he came against Sigmund the king. So for those that might not know, a bill hook, a bill is another word for a kind of broad-headed spear. And later on, there was a weapon known as a bill hook, which was a spear with a hook on one side to kind of help pull. The translation of it, just they chose bill. So he bore a spear in his hand, and he came against Sigmund the king. So what was that?
I said Gungnir.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And that's another thing, and the audience would know the moment that they said he was carrying a spear in his hand, which is the spear of choosing. It never misses because it is an instrument of his divine will. They would know. This is, even though he had these women that have powers to change his fate, there is now a new power, a greater power that has entered the chat and will decimate the lower stuff. And he came against Sigmund the king and have up his bill against him. So he engages with him with the spear. And as Sigmund smote fiercely with the sword, it fell upon the bill on the shaft, and it burst asunder in the midst. And thenceforth, the slaughter and the dismay turned to his side, for the good hap of King Sigmund had departed from him. His luck goes away, and the tide turns. And his men fell fast about him. Not did the king spare himself, but the rather cheered on his men. But even as the saw says, it's written very oddly, saw says, I'm assuming as the saying says, no might against many, so was it now proven. And in that fight fell Sigmund the king and King Eilimi, his father-in-law, in the forefront of the battle, and they're with the more part of their folk. So when they say that the bill was pressed against him, what they're saying is he's run through. And as he's run through, he takes his sword and he tries to cut the shaft of the spear, and it breaks. And as soon as that happens, all of the men on his side, it turns for the worse and they start dying. So their connection to victory has now been dictated by Lord Odin that it stops. And also interesting is King Eilimi, his father-in-law, is there with him. So he went to go and see how Sigmund ran his kingdom and celebrate his daughter and her new husband, his son-in-law. And then he gets brought up in this war and he fights with his folk. He doesn't, this is your problem or what have you. But he falls as well. And this is the turning tide. Chapter 12 of the shards of the sword Gram and how Hjordis went to King Alf. Now, King Lingi made for the king's abode. He has slain Sigmund. He has slain Sigmund's father-in-law. He has bested their army, and now he's moving towards the castle. And he was minded to take the king's daughter there, but failed herein, for there he found neither wife nor wealth. So he fared through all the realm and gave his men rule thereover, and now deemed that he had slain all the kin of the Volsungs, and that he need dread them no more from henceforth. So the legend of the Volsungs and their power, if you leave them alive and you slay their kin, they will get you. And he's like, I don't have to worry about that now. And he then divvies out King Sigmund's land to his men because there is no real wealth left, as Hjordis leaves with all of that. Now, Hjordis went amidst the slain that night of battle, and came whereas there laid King Sigmund, and asked if he might be healed. But he answered thus: many a man lives after hope has grown little, but my good hap has departed from me, nor will I suffer myself to be healed, nor does Odin will that I should ever draw a sword again, since this my sword and his, because it was originally given by him, is now broken. Lo, now I have waged war while it was his will. So I've been in servitude to him as he has decreed it, and now he has decreed no longer. So do not heal me, because I can't imagine living a life outside of the manifestation of will of our high god Odin. Not ill would I deem matters, said she, if thou mightest be healed and avenge my father. So she says, I don't think it would be ill if I healed you and you could reclamate against my father vengeance. Perhaps you would be blessed if if I healed you, perhaps you would be blessed in the duty of gaining vengeance for me. But the king says, that is fated for another man. Behold now, thou art great with a man child. So you are pregnant. And this is a big reveal that would be, oh, everyone. He says, behold, you are bearing our child. Nourish him well and with good heed. And the child shall be the noblest and most famed of all of our kin, and keep well with all the shards of the sword. So he hands over the 3 pieces of gram to his wife and says, take this, take our child that's in your belly and bring him upright. He will be the noblest of Volsungs. Keep with all the shards of the sword. Thereof shall a goodly sword be made, and it shall be called Gram. And our son shall bear it, and shall work many great works therewith, even such as eld shall never minish, even as those that have come before us have never seen, or the likes of which have never been seen, is basically what that means. And for his name shall abide and flourish as long as the world shall endure. And let this be a now for thee. But now I grow weary with my wounds, and I will go see our kin that have gone before us. So Hjordis sat over him until he died at the day dawning. And then she looked, and behold, there came many ships sailing to the land. Then she spake to her handmaiden, let us now change raiment, and be thou called by my name, and say that thou art the king's daughter. So she suddenly realizes her danger is not over. She's pregnant, and she tells her handmaiden, we will change clothing, and you will go by my name, and I will go by your name and pretend to be your handmaiden in order to protect the child. And thus they did. But now the Vikings behold the great slaughter of men there, and see where 2 women fare away thence into the wood. And they deemed that some great tidings must have befallen, and they leaped ashore from out of their ships. Now the captain of these folk was called Alf, son of Hjalprek, king of Denmark, who was sailing with his power along the land. So they came into the field amongst the slain, and saw how many men lay dead there. Then the king bade go seek for the women and bring them thither. And they did so, and he asked them what women they were. And little as the thing seems like to be, the bondmaiden answered for the twain, and said that, telling of the fall of King Sigmund and King Eilimi and many other great men, and who they were withal who had wrought the deed. So she tells who did it as well. And then the king asks if they wotted where the wealth of the king was bestowed. And then sends the bondmaiden, it may well be deemed that we know full surely thereof. And therewith she guides them to the place where the treasure lay. Now, this is interesting because they've just confirmed that these new arrivals are not their enemies. And immediately they are attempting to gain with them, because with that comes the possibility of vengeance against the aggressors, and get back at killing for her, the slaying of her father and her husband. And therewith she guides them to the place where the treasure lay. And there they found exceedingly great wealth, so that men deem that they have never seen so many things of price heaped upon themselves in one place. All this they bore to the ships of King Alf, and Hjordis and the bondmaid went with them. Therewith these sail away to their realm, and talk how that surely on that field had fallen the most renowned of kings. So the king sits by the tiller, King Alf, and he's sitting near the steer. But the women abide in the forecastle up at the front. But talk he had with the women, and held their counsel of much account. In such wise the king came home to his realm with great wealth, and he himself was a man of exceedingly goodly to look upon. But when he had been but a little while at home, the queen, his mother, asked him why the fairest of the two women had fewer rings and less worthy attire. So we're getting some unsaid things, is that the bond maiden clearly does not look of regal stock and of beauty, and she's not wearing it doesn't make sense the way that they're set up like this. And so when they refer to him as King Alf, but when he comes home, no, he's prince. He's a prince of the king of Denmark, and his mother still rules there. And she's like, why is the one that looks noble dressed as a handmaiden? And he answers, I too have misdoubted that she is little like a bondwoman. And when we first met, it's in seemly wise she greeted noble men. Lo, now we will make trial of the thing. So she has the understanding of noble speech, and she conducts herself in a noble way. And he's like, we're gonna sort this out, because I think something's going on. So on a time as men sat at the drink, the king sat down to talk with the women and said, in what wise do ye note the wearing of the hours, when as night grows old, if ye may not see the lights of heaven? Then the bondwoman, this sign have I, that whenas in my youth I was wont to drink much in the dawn, so now when I no longer use that manner, I am yet wont to wake up at the very same tide, and by that token do I know thereof. So he's starting to question her, and one of the things he questions her about is that she wakes up exceedingly early, as if she has been very used to being tasked with chores. And she says, no. When I was young, I would drink so far into the morning that I was just used to keep going for the day. And now I don't drink, but I wake up early and do things because I've grown accustomed to the manner. The king laughed and said, ill manners for a king's daughter. And therewith he turned to Hjordis and asked her even the same question. But she answered, my father erst gave me a little gold ring of such nature, that it groweth cold on my finger in the day dawning. And that is the sign that I have to know thereof. So she has a golden ring, and in essence prefers to wear it when it is warmed by the sun. So it's further on in the day. And this would be an understanding that a lot of the folks that owned land, owned the halls, did not have to get up before dawn when it was cold and start getting things going. They had other people to do that. And so she's kind of confirming. And the king answered, and now of gold there, where a very bond maiden bore it. But come now, thou hast been long and now hid from me. Yet if thou hadst told me all from the beginning, I would have done to thee as though we had both been one king's children. But better than thy deeds will I deal with thee, for thou shalt be my wife, and due jointure will I pay thee whenas thou hast borne me a child. So one thing is, she's not showing yet. It was magical in the sense that Sigmund said, you are bearing our child, take this sword and go. The other thing is King Alf says, or Prince Alf, why weren't you honest with me from the beginning? Because she mentions the golden ring, and he's like, why would a bondmaid have a ring of gold? So he sorts her out and says, I know you're tricking me. And they did this because they didn't know who was coming up upon them, and they were attempting to keep the queen alive. So this is all turned, and he says, you should have just told me from the beginning, and I would have treated you like royalty that you are, as we are both the children of kings. But I shall not pay for your deception in any bad way. I will meet it with matrimony. Be my wife and be the mother of my children. Therewith she spoke and told the whole truth about herself. So there was she held in great honor and deemed worthiest of women. So now, I mean, on top of that, she, from King Alf's perspective, one, he doesn't know that she's pregnant, but more so, she comes from a line of great warriors. He just saw them on the battlefield. And she tells him the whole story about who her father is and who her husband was. And then, fighting against Limi, who tried to take her hand. And it just didn't go well. So we enter chapter 13 on the birthing and the waxing of Sigurd Fafnir's bane. A couple of things. One, the waxing, of course, is the growing up, the growing larger of the young Sigurd. And I really think it's cool that they use Fafnir bane in translation. It's the foreshadowing is really good there. The tale tells that Hjordis brought forth a man child, a baby, who was straightly born before King Hjalprek, and then was the king glad thereof. When he saw the keen eyes in the head of him, he said that few men would be equal to him or like unto him in any wise. So he was sprinkled with water and had the name Sigurd. So again, showing the Asavatni and the sprinkling of water is absolutely taken by Christianity and maintained because of its understanding.
For those that aren't familiar, the Asavatni is literally the sprinkling of water. We do baby namings in Asatru. It's one of the, most special and beautiful things we get to do as Gothar. And it's one of the kind of sacred rites of passage in Asatru. When a child it's customary for them to be 9 years old and deemed, viable, to be brought before the folk and acknowledged and have their name fastened to them by this ritual, sprinkling them with water and proclaiming it amongst the people, presenting this as a member of our family and us to the child as their family. And when we do this in the Asatru Folk Assembly, we pour out an offering and we beseech the Nornir to bless the child with runes of inspiration to guide them and set them on the right course in life. And it's a really special ceremony. If any of you have witnessed it, or if any of you haven't, I would find yourself fortunate if you were able to. But yeah, just as a kind of side note, I know we have a lot in the audience that might not be Asatru or might be new to Asatru or not have experienced that yet. So that is a thing that we do that's sacred to us.
And here too, with its origins being so far back, the argument of whether like baptismal, and I think it's worth noting that early Christians, their baptismal sense was actually done when they were older, when they were at age of conversion. It wasn't done at birth. That is a tradition from before Christianity in Europe. The anointing or the sprinkling of water is something that they couldn't get rid of, just like the Trinity. They couldn't get rid of it. They had to add it in. So
and so we have a question that came up, and it's directly relevant to the aside that I just made, so I suppose we'll address it. Is it ever too late to do a baby naming ceremony? To bring the child into the tribe? Yes. It's kind of silly and doesn't make sense when it's not a baby anymore. I think being a stickler that you do it at 9 days, I wouldn't want to do it before then. And this is part of the deeper lore of it isn't just assigning the name to the child, but as will just so happens, we will also see in this story, there is a magic that comes with a name. Naming something fully integrates it and makes it a fixed point in cosmic existence. When you name, trying to think of the best way to explain it because there's a lot of different angles. The naming of something fully makes it have its own identity. At the point of the ritual naming of the child, their soul is integrated with all of its components, and specifically with those parts that are inherited through its family and through the haminya of the group it's accepted into. There are other things that can be done later to welcome somebody into the group. It's kind of silly and defeats the point at some point when someone has a 3-year-old they want to do a asavatni to. I think there are other more suitable ceremonies or a way to cater something similar that's not the same. Because I don't want to be dishonest. There's a point where before the baby naming, the child is incomplete. After they've existed in the world, shown that their life is going to be sustained for a time, they're fully imbued with their full personhood, as it were. And, if you're 20, you've made your own way in life in certain ways, you've established who you are. For us to do a baby naming for you would be kind of absurd. So I think there's other things that we could do, but the idea of ritually accepting one into a group, initiation is a reasonable thing to do. There's just other avenues for it at that point. Cool. You mentioned as a follow-up, perhaps under a year. I would say, yeah, at most, I think that's probably the smart way to do it. We have some people that put off the ceremony until an event at the Hof or a national event or whatever they go out to so that a Gothi can perform the service, perhaps, again, in one of our sacred spaces. And some of that makes sense. But yeah, I think there's other things to do later on. I wouldn't want to do that over that year mark, certainly. But I think that's, when is exactly how far is too far, I think is a little bit of a judgment call on the Gothi or on the parents or both. Do you have thoughts on that, Svan?
I was just going to say, and you had kind of lent into, there are other things that can be done. If it's, say, after the age of 1, but before the age of 12, 13, where man making and woman making becomes a point of issue when that's going to happen. There could be, we just don't forget that the holy gods are here. They are involved. And a lot of our proclamation is, again, a point of piety, an obligation to culture and tribal connection to the gods. So if you miss that, a lot of folks are coming into our faith from a chasm, if you miss that and you reach out to the Gothar and ask them, or even if you don't have any Gothar near you, performing it on your own is as simple as stating to the gods and to your ancestors that you are moving forward now with trough to the gods and introduce your son or daughter. Let's say you have an 8-year-old child and you want to hold a bloat and give thanks to the gods and to the ancestors and tell them, this is my child, and we are moving forward. What that is, the gods know. They know already, but now you are verbally making a point of going forward from here. And that has a great amount. And if you're even after your man making, maybe a young teenager, the ability of professing, this was something that was really big back in the 90s, but the professing of faith, going for like confirmation, going forward and saying, I will follow the gods of my people, and I will not be twisted and misaligned by all this, outlandish stuff. And we will move forward from here. And even at that point, asking the gods to protect your child or children, and introducing them, and then also telling your ancestors, again, they know, but it's the deed. The deed is obligation. It's part of the gift cycle. And if you cannot give outside of yourself, that's a huge part that kind of gives obfuscation to the connection to your ancestors and to the gods. There needs to be an opening movement towards establishing those connections and creating that relationship.
And some of this is worth mentioning too. It would be absurd for us to suggest that a person is not a real person if they did not go through a naming ceremony. There's, a great deal of us, certainly myself included, that did not go through that ceremony, as I found Asatru and came home to Asatru in 19 or 20. So don't be dismayed. You still have full personhood. But in a way that I think many of us experience, we're having to forge our own path in the wilderness to come home to our faith, whereas our children's generation doesn't have to do that. They're born into this. I've mentioned many times on this, one of the most amazing and beautiful blessings in my life is to welcome these children into our Asatru folk assembly at a hof to one of our gods, to see my daughter, go through her naming, and I was the one who officiated her naming, to have her grow up playing in the courtyards of our hofs on holy ground dedicated to our gods. Our children will never know a world that doesn't have hofs to our gods in it, because of the work that we are putting in, that we have put in, and that those that came before us have put in. And it's a really special time. So it's nice to be able to put that forth to the next generation, for them to be the first generation in a very, very long time that from their birth and their naming, they've been integrated into our faith and into the community of our folk. That's something that so many of us, have not had for hundreds of years. And it's a real special time in that regard.
And we need to gird our children and tell them that even though they are of this faith from the moment they took breath, there will be people coming in. And until folk and Asatru are synonymous, They will always need to be these beacons to help guide other people home. And that's going to be a hard thing, but it's one step easier after us who have come from this great rift. Now that there are people who are of this faith from birth, their life, their being folk, and Asatru being synonymous. This is the way of their people. My children view that this is our way, the way of our people, and other people have other ways. And there are folk out there who have forgotten our way or are completely devoted to foreign ways. And you need to, be careful when you meet them, but also be a beacon, letting others know this is what it means to be true to the Aus and to the Alsinir. So,
all right. Well, Svan, are you ready for the next chapter?
Yes. So, the birth and the waxing of Sigurd's Fafnir's bane. And it's worth noting here, Hjordis goes. So she's in Denmark, according to the story, and it is her husband is a prince. Her father-in-law is King Hjalprek. So he's kind of brought in here because this is his domain. He is the king of this land. And then was the king glad thereof when he saw the keen eyes in the head of him. And he said that few men would be equal to him or like unto him in any wise. So he sprinkled with water and had to name Sigurd, of whom all men speak with one speech and say that none was ever like his like for growth and goodliness. He was brought up in the house of King Hjalprek in great love and honor. And so it is that whenso all the noblest men and greatest kings are named in the oldest tales, Sigurd is ever put before them all for might and prowess, for high mind and stout heart, wherewith he was far more abundantly gifted than any man of the northern parts of the wide world. So this is again Volsung. The Volsung line is shining through. So Sigurd waxed in King Hjalprek's house. He grew up, and there was no child but loved him. Through him was Hjordis betrothed to King Alf, and a jointure meted to her. So, in essence, he's raised there. She marries King Alf, and their joining is measured out in the sense that her father is passed away, her kingdom is taken over by another, but that doesn't matter, and they are joined. Now Sigurd's foster father was Heit Regin. It's spelled like Regan, Regin, but it's actually pronounced Regin. And it's interesting, foster father. He's a fosterling to this this man, not in a marriage sense. He's just given over to this man to be taught in all manner of arts because he is a wise man, as we'll find out. So he's given over as a fosterling to Regin, the son of Hreidmar. He taught him all manner of arts, chess play, the lore of runes, and talking of many tongues, even as wont was with the king's son in those days. But on a day when they were together, Regin asked Sigurd if he knew how much wealth his father had owned, and who had the ward thereof, who had title to it. Sigurd answered and said that the kings kept the ward thereof. Said Rayan, dost thou trust them all utterly? Sigurd said, it is seemly that they keep it till I may do somewhat therewith. For better they wot how to guard it than I do. So he's asking him about his inheritance. He's asking about what he's entitled to and who's controlling of it. And he says, my mother's husband and his father have it, and they will, bestow it upon me when I am of age. So he's very, very upright, very, very straightforward. And the tone for Rayan, even though he is a wise man, he's a cunning man. And that's already being established as he's trying to see where things are. So another time, Rayan comes to talk to Sigurd, and he says, a marvelous thing truly that thou must needs a horse, boy, to the kings and go about the like a running knave. So, he's like, it's amazing that you don't have a horse by now and you are running around like a servant or a knave. Nay, said Sigurd, it is not so, for in all things I have my will, and whatso thing I desire is granted to me with good will. Well then, said Rayan, ask for a horse. Aye, quoth Sigurd, and that I shall have, whenso I have need thereof. Thereafter Sigurd went to the king, and the king said, what wilt thou have of us? And then Sigurd said, I would even a horse of thee for my disport. Then said the king, choose for thyself a horse, and whatso thing else thou desirest among my matters. So what's happening here is Rayan is starting to create a pattern of influence. And he starts right away with intention of being able to lead the willful Sigurd in directions he wants. He brings it up, and Sigurd says, no, I don't need a horse. I can have whatever I want whenever I want. It's not a matter. But then he's like, so he goes and he asks for a horse. And of course he's right. He's given it. So the next day went Sigurd to the wood and met on the way there an old man, long bearded, that he knew not, who asked him whither way. Sigurd said, I am minded to choose me a horse. Come thou and counsel me thereon. So the old man asks him, where are you off to? And he says, I'm going to get a horse, and you should come with me. Well then, he said, go we and drive them to the river, which is called Busseltarn. They did so and drove the horses down into the deeps of the river, and all swam back to land, but one horse, and that horse Sigurd chose for himself. Gray he was of hue, and young in years, great of growth, and fair to look on, nor had any man yet crossed his back. So they drove them to the river, and all of them crossed the river out of fear, but one remained. And it was kind of like this process, a divinatory process. And then spoke Greybeard, from Sleipnir's kin. Remember, Sleipnir is Lord Odin's horse, and Sleipnir means the slipping one, the one that can slip between the worlds. He says this horse is of his kin and must be nourished heedfully, for it will be the best of all horses. And therewithal he disappeared. So Sigurd called the horse Grane, the best of all horses of the world, nor was the man he met other than Odin himself. Now yet again spake Rayan to Sigurd and said, you don't have enough wealth, and I grieve. It's sad to look on that thou must needs run here and there like the son of a churl. But I can tell thee where there is much wealth for winning, and great name and honor to be won in getting it. Sigurd asked where this might be and who had watch or ward over it. And Rayan said, Fafnir. Fafnir is the warden's name. And but a little way hence he lies on the wastes of Nita's heath. So he out in the moors, out in the desolate lands, but not terribly far away. And when thou comest there, thou mayest well say that thou hast never seen more gold heaped together in one place, and that none might desire more treasure, though he were the most ancient and famed of all kings. So even immortal kings of old would never have seen so much wealth. But Sigurd looks at him and says, I am young. Yet know I the fashion of this worm, and how that none durst go against him, so huge and evil as he is. So right away, the establishment is that Sigurd knows that Fafnir, the warden of the gold, is a dragon, a worm, a lingworm. Any of that sense is, again, a serpentining beast. And in the Nordic stories, the dragons don't seem to be capable of flight. They are often depicted as being long and serpentine with legs that either barely hold them up off the ground or kind of just help them as they twist and turn through the land. Reagan says, nay, it is not so. The fashion and the growth of him is even as other lingworms. And over great tale men make of it, and even so would thy forefathers have deemed. But thou be of the kin of the Volsungs, shalt scarce have the heart and the mind of those who are told of as first in all deeds of fame. So he's saying, no, he's not as big and as terrible as people say. It's just that they are weak of hearts. But Volsungs aren't weak of hearts. You would know, you would stand. And Sigurd says, I be like I have little of their hardihood and prowess, but thou hast naught to do to lay a coward's name upon me when I am scarce out of my childish years. Why dost thou egg me on here too so busily? So again, he's searching, he's looking, he's realizing what Rayan is doing. And Rayan says, therein lies a tale which I must needs tell thee. Let me hear this the same, said Sigurd. And we move into chapter 14, the tale of Rayan and his brothers, and the gold of Andvari, the dwarf. The tale begins, said Rayan. Hreidmar was my father's name, a mighty man and very wealthy, and his first son was named Fafnir. He had a second son, Otter, and I was the third and the least of them all for prowess and good conditions. So in essence, he says the least of drive and will, which I think again it's a misnomer. He's purposely trying to downplay himself. And he upplays his father and his two brothers. But I was cunning to work in iron, silver, and gold, whereof I could make matters that availed somewhat. Other skill my brother Otter followed, and had another nature withal. For he was a great fisherman, and above other men herein, in that he had the likeness of an otter by day, and dwelt in the river, and bare fish to the bank in his mouth. This is, again, another connection to the otter skin. The Selkies of Ireland, we can see a cross connection here. He's saying, I didn't have much in the way of ambition, but I was crafty with iron and with gold and with being a smith. But my brother he was a fisherman, but unlike anything you've ever heard, he could take the shape of an otter by day and go in and catch the fish himself. And then at night, he would turn back to his shape as a man. Yes. So, and his prey that he fished from with his mouth and brought back to the bank, his prey would be ever to bring to our father, and that availed him much. For the most part, he kept him in his otter gear, so in his otter skin, and then he would come home and eat alone and slumbering, for on the dry land he might see not. So he wasn't as comfortable. He was growing used to his otter skin, and so when he comes out, and of course he's been fishing all day, so he's tired. But Fafnir was by far the greatest and the grimmest, and would have all things about called his. So he was greedy. Now, says Rayan, there was a dwarf called Andvari, who ever bode in that force, which was called Andvari's force. Now, the translation here is so the translation they use in English is force, but they're trying to link it to foss, the Icelandic word for a waterfall. So he's at the pool underneath a waterfall. And he, let's see. His name is Andvari, who ever abode in the falls, which was called Andvari's Falls, and in the likeness of a pike, and got meat for himself, for many fish there were in the falls. Now Otter, my brother, was ever wont to enter into the falls and bring fish aland and lay them one by one on the bank. And so it befell that Odin, Loki, and Hjönir, as they went their ways, came to Andvari's falls, and Otter had taken a salmon, ate it, slumbering upon the riverbank. There Loki took a stone and cast it at Otter, so that he gate his death, that it killed him. So he smotes him with a rock. And thereby the gods were well content with their prey, and fell on flaying the otter, because they didn't know it was a man. It was just a giant otter. And they flayed him and took his skin. And in the evening, they came to Hríðmar's house. So they just saw him as prey. They skin him, they take the skin, and then they continue on, and they find the house, and it turns out to be Hríðmar's house. And Hríðmar's house is the father of Otter. And they showed him what they had found. They saw this giant otter, and they killed him. And therein he laid hands upon them and doomed them to such ransom as they should fill the otter skin with gold and cover it over with red gold, so they sent Loki to gather the gold together for them. So there's not a lot of specification here about how he does this. He takes them into bonds. He captures them. The gods are moving around the world as if they're mortals, and he takes them for killing his son and says, I will kill you all if you do not cover the skin of the otter with gold in compensation for the loss of my son. But it doesn't quite specify that here, that's so clarified. And again, it is about compensation for the loss of kin. And this is another internal element of bringing in other things that come from the divine. And I think that's
a point to be made here that I think is worth saying. I apologize, I didn't mean to cut you off. Is that our gods are bound to the way stuff works, and we see that a number of times, as in the course of the lore. there are cultural things that are attested to. When the gods make deals, when they make agreements and they enter into, for lack of a better term, a social contract, there are obligations that need be fulfilled for right things to happen in the universe. I think that's important, and I think we see that here. And I think we also see the gods aren't just doing this, Loki's doing this. Loki's like, let's chuck a rock at this otter. Why? Because why not? And then ill fate befalls them. And I think that's interesting in and of itself. A random side note, you guys who are watching on the video might have seen me chuckle because we see here Otter is, he goes about, he takes upon his like otter skin and becomes a giant otter, as Svan said. And it just, as a random aside, reminds me of one time my wife, when we were in Florida, she mentioned she came home and there was this possum in the yard, and she likened him. He was so big, it was a man in a possum suit. And I just found that a little bit humorous. We are getting into the meat of the story here in a really big way, and we'll see. We got about 40 more minutes worth of reading story, and then we'll finish off with questions. But I think we'll get to a pretty good place tonight as far as that goes. But there we go. There he is.
Sorry, I had to run to the restroom real fast.
See how it is? We demand the use of catheters on Victory Never Sleeps.
I got the old lore bucket. Yeah, I think too, as you were speaking about this, about their manifesting into the laws of places, I really think, this for the audience too was giving divine origin, or perhaps divine tragedy. Loki's hand is involved in the origin of something that will befall the Volsungs, and I think that was that key component there. They had to establish that, and it's.
I want to throw out something else here, and this might be a bit of an overextension, but I'm gonna own it and say it's good advice regardless. Don't do stupid things. Like, how do I want to say that? Be intentional. Our law speaker is noted for his persistent reminders to be intentional with our speech. We should be very intentional with our actions too, and how we interact with the world around us. Casual disregard for others or casual disregard for life. I think we see time and again in our lore, some vagrant wanderer looking for a kindness might well turn out to be the Allfather in disguise. An otter that's just trying to go about his life doing otter stuff, and let's chuck a rock at his head. Maybe we shouldn't do that because there's some consequences. And I doubt that if you throw rocks at otters, that you're going to need to cover their pelt with gold. But realistically and very seriously, don't just be wantonly destructive and needlessly churlish. There's no cause for it. Extending nobility to the other creatures that share Midgard with us. And you can apply that to a wide variety of earth fauna. Treating other living things with nobility and kindness goes well for you. If you choose to kill stuff because you need a hide, or because you need meat, or because you have found a foe, fine, by all means, that makes sense. But just haphazardly, oh, look, here's an otter, let's chuck rocks at it. And I don't mean to make light of it, but we see people all the time that are wantonly destructive. Oh, there's a stray dog or a stray cat, let's be cruel to it. Oh, there's somebody that seems, retarded or homeless or crippled, or somehow we think we're better than, let's treat it poorly. There's subtle reminders throughout our lore. No, act nobly and be intentional. And if somebody is your enemy, then choose to have enmity with it. But if something isn't, these are all living things, and we want to live in harmony with the world around us. I am not there are currents within modern Asatru that are very big on this as a nature religion. That is not my emphasis, nor what I want to focus on. But there's something to be said. You don't just needlessly wreak havoc upon the world around you without any clear intention or any purpose. We should be purposeful in all of our actions. My father taught me. So anybody just joining this, please be aware that I am prone, especially when, we're a bottle of wine and then 2.5 hours into the broadcast, to take these stream of consciousness journeys. But I do think it's valuable. My father taught me growing up. I had casually my father taught me a lot about being intentional with speech and with other things. So I made some he asked me why I was doing something, and it was some stupid, childish thing. And I'm like, well, why not? And he's like, no, stop. No, you need a reason to deviate from your course. You know the right way to act and things to do. And if you want to deviate from the course that you've set intentionally, you need a good cause to do that. The question is never why not. The question is always why. Is there a compelling reason to deviate from your course? And that's I think that's an important stopping point for all of us to just let's pause, consider, integrate, make a plan, and then execute a plan. Often when we are not willful in our intentions, we let others, we let the world, we let strange currents that we don't even understand dictate our behavior. The Aryan man, the noble man, assesses his situation and chooses action. He doesn't just react or go with the flow of the tumultuous currents he finds himself in. He chooses a course based on his will and the things that are meaningful to him. And he pursues that course for good or for ill. It's because it's his choice, not because he is a subject to, the whims of chaotic or random forces. That is really important. And I think it's something to always consider. And even if it's just a split second, there's also been a current within Asatru to denounce dogma. And I think it's the metastasization of dogma that is the problem. Having rules and having dogma isn't the issue, but it's when you don't stop and reconsider it. Let it never be said that in Asatru, it's a blind faith. We don't want our faith to ever be blind. We want the value in our faith comes in its intentionality. Asatru, loyalty or troth to the Aesir, is a conscious choosing to be loyal. It's not we're cattle that wear a brand of the Asa upon us. No, we choose to identify ourselves with our loyalty. Our honor is our loyalty to the Aesir. And that is a willful choice that we make that defines who we are. There's no heroism if you're just chattel that kind of goes where the herd goes. The heroism and the nobility comes in your choosing to stand with people, with gods, with causes, with things that you truly believe in and that are expressions of your will. And that seems like a long journey from, and then Loki chucked a rock at the otter. But I think it's valid nonetheless, and I would urge folks to, consider that as we go through life or as we wander around and we see the world around us.
Well, I took this moment to look something up because I think it's kind of interesting to bring up a point about translations and things of that nature. So here there's a little bit unsaid. In essence, Loki is told to go to find this treasure and where it's at, which happens to be Andvari's treasure at his falls. One of the interesting things about the translation of Andvari, I was looking it up here. I just wanted to see like a base, because I have my own belief in the translation of him. Yeah, it says here in Wikipedia, Andvari means the careful one. But see, I always translated it very differently. I've translated it at And is the opposite of something. So it's kind of against. It's like un, that we use the prefix un, or so it's like unbecoming. It's not becoming, it's the opposite of, it's unbecoming. So and is used in the same way, and vari is like connected to the same way as wares or possessions, items, the selling of wares and goods. So Andvari would mean it's kind of a play. It's like having nothing. I own nothing. I have nothing of wealth. And also too, I would give nothing. So the name itself is kind of funny, since he is a protector of gold. And what is your name? I am the one who has nothing, because he doesn't want anyone to know that he has it. And so the careful one, I wonder if they're trying to place that in, he's careful of his hoard. But the translation that I would go with is the one who owns or has no wares, because he's attempting to put people off track that he actually has gold. So Loki gets tasked with going to him, and that's not really fully mentioned. But before he does that, they're in the middle, so he runs to the ocean, and he goes there, and he gets Raun, the wife of Aegir, the Jotuns who are under the dominion of the gods loosely and live in the deep sea. He goes and gets her net. So this is also setting a point that he is such a wary prey that you have to use Raun's net to catch him. So he gets her net and went therewith to Andvari's pool under the falls and cast the net before the pike. So he's in the shape of a pike fish, and he throws it over, and the pike runs into the net and was taken up. So he would not be taken by any other means than by the most magical net, that which is Raun's net, the snagger of souls. And he brings him up, and he says, "What fish of all these fishes swims strong in the flood, but hath learnt little wit to beware? Thine head must thou buy from abiding in hell, and find me, the wan waters flame. So here he says, and the usage of the word Hell, but he basically says, you must convince me not to kill you and send you on hell's road, or to send you into death. Because again, remember, hell is not only the presider of all things that break life down and the holder of souls of the folk through their process. He says, and find me, and this is a kenning, the wan, W-A-N is how it's spelled, wan waters flames. He's saying of the Vanir, the flames of the Vanir upon the water. And that's why we often call Heimdallr the flame upon the waves. He's born of nine waves. And there's many references to him being connected to gold. So this is a kenning for gold, but we can see again, the flame of the water is the pulling up of gold from the river or from the land, from the place in between, which is the pools. And he says, he answers and he says, Andvari, the one with nowheres, folk call me, call Oyen, my father. Over many a force have I fared, over many a falls have I fared. For a Norn of ill luck, this life on me lay, the wet ways ever to wade. So he says he's cursed to live in this shape, or to need to live in this shape in the waters. He's been cursed by a witch, Norn. The word Norn just means witch. It's very synonymous with Disir. Why the Norns are called Ausadis. So again, another one of those titles. But he says that, I am the one without wares, and Oyen is my father, but I have been cursed and must travel the waterways in this shape. And he's kind of also fretting his state being locked in the net. So Loki beheld the gold of Andvari, and when he had given up the gold, he had but one ring left, and that also Loki took from him. Then the dwarf went into a hollow of the rocks and cried out that the gold ring, aye, and all the gold withal, should be the bane of every man who own it thereafter. So he curses it. And the part of this story that I'm always kind of, I don't know, is, was it cursed before, and him being caught is just another part of the curse for him to lose it? Or did he willfully curse it thereafter? I don't know. But he speaks out and says, all of it is cursed, and any man who owns it will be cursed. And now the gods rode with the treasure to Hreidmar and filled the otter skin and set it at his feet, that they must cover it utterly with gold. But when they were done, Hreidmar came forth and beheld that one of the muzzle hairs, a whisker, the spot on the muzzle, was open. It was not completely covered, and he was going to kill them. And this is also kind of poetic in the senses they do bring a large amount of gold, but you didn't cover that, so now I'm going to kill you. So he gets his revenge, and he gets a large sum of gold. But then Odin drew the ring, Andvari's loom, from his hand and covered up therewith. Then sang Loki, gold enow, a great ware guild thou hast, that my head in good hap I may hold. But thou and thy son are not fated to thrive, the bane shall it be for you both. Thereafter, says Rayan, Fafnir slewed his father by murder, nor got I aught of the treasure, and so evil he grew that he fell to the ground, lying abroad, and begrudged any share in the wealth by any man, and so became the worst of all beasts, a worm, and ever now lies brooding upon his treasure. But for me, I went to the king and became a master smith. And thus is the tale told of how I lost the heritage of my father and the were guild for my brother. So spake Rayan, but since that time gold is called Otter Guild, and for no other cause than this. So he drops in a poetic kenning that any poets listening to this poem and story could utilize Otter Guild as a word for gold. But Sigurd answered, much hast thou lost, and exceedingly evil have thy kinsmen been. But now make a sword by thy craft, such a sword as that none can be made like unto it, so that I may do great deeds therewith, and if my heart avail thereto, and thou wouldst have me slay this mighty dragon. And the word they use there, even though they've been using they interchangeably word it, they use the word dreka for dragon. So he says, okay, well, perhaps fate has led us on this road as you are a smith. So take this sword of 3 pieces and make it better than it has ever been. And I will be a mighty hero and I will slay this brother of yours. And Rayan says, trust me well herein, and with that same sword thou shalt slay Fafnir.
So, a random side note, I see Bucket Klinger says otters are in a gang, usually. So, in my experience, and I am not a otterologist by any means, but I will say that ocean otters I see together often, but river otters, which I think, we're dealing with here, I don't see in a grouping as often. And one kind of just interesting point from my childhood growing up, folks that might not know, I was born and raised in Alaska, and my uncle was a fish and game biologist. And his son, my cousin David, is like the greatest outdoorsman I could possibly imagine. He is a guide in Alaska right now. And he, since we were kids, was amazing at hunting and trapping and fishing. And in high school, I'll get to the point of connectivity here in a second, but he was able to trap things that, old timers and folks that have been out of doing it for quite a while didn't have luck at. The hardest animals to trap in Alaska, I was told, are like the wolf is the hardest, and number 2 is either the fox or the river otter. River otters were one of the hardest things to trap. They're canny. River otters are very smart and difficult. And I was on his trap line when he got his first river otter with him. And it was really something, a point of accomplishment that he was able to get this otter, because they are so crafty and so hard to come by. But yeah, I've often seen them very solitary.
And here, Eurasian otter, Lutra, otherwise known as the European otter, it says right off the bat that they are extremely territorial and live alone. They are strongly territorial, living alone for most part. An individual.
Svan is quoting an otterologist.
What's that?
For those of you following on, I'd mentioned earlier that I am not an otterologist. Right. But you appear to be quoting an otterologist, so we will lean into his wisdom.
No,
Especially
yeah, immediately. I
that's-
just went to go look it up real fast if there was some difference, because there's an American badger and a European badger. There's an American wolverine or a North American wolverine and a
All right.
Northern Eurasian.
Because we're playing this game, it is really interesting because there's a number of differences between European animals and American animals. I have no idea as far as the otters go, but something that was a point of interest when I was in Sweden is algar means elk, like you and I would think of an elk, but it also means what the Europeans would call a moose. So me and this Swede got in this, like, wasn't really heated, but we got in like a decent argument about what a moose was. And to them, the word's not different between an elk and a moose, even though those of us in North America see a very big difference between an elk and a moose. So it was just kind of a point of interest, as it were.
Well,
I think we've made good progress tonight. Again, there's a lot to this story. It's really good. It's really important, and we'll take as long as we need to. But I would like us to read through this next, 15? Because it makes something that I really want to build on, and I think it's a really important part of the story. So I'd like to have Svan go through chapter 15, and then we will come at your questions and do our best to answer those.
So chapter 15 is called The Welding Together of the Shards of the Sword Gram. So Rayan makes a sword and gives it to Sigurd's hands. He took the sword and said, "Behold thy smithying, Rayan," and therewith he smote it into the anvil, and the sword broke. So he cast down the sword and bade him forge it better. Then Rayan forged another sword. Now this is the same sword. He's just welding it back together, as being said, and brought it to Sigurd, who looked thereon. Then said Rayan, "Belike thou art well content therewith, hard master though thou be in smithying." So Sigurd proved the sword again and broke it as the first. So this is the second time he goes and he cuts it into an anvil and it snaps. "Aye, thou art mayhappen a traitor and a liar like to those of your former kin of thine." So
plot point, he's not welding together a sword at this point. He's forging swords afresh.
Right. Of the old sword.
No. He's about to.
Oh, I thought he gave him already because he spoke of
That's kind of the point, is that these ones are of inferior quality. So he has to go to the broken one.
Okay, all right. So, well, and the other thing to note here is he's goading him. He says, Are you a liar? You said you were good at smithing, but are you cunning and tricky like your kinfolk?"
One of the amazing things about Sigurd is he is flipping the script on him. This guy's conned him into like, are you sure you can really have what you want? What if you ask for a horse? Well, what about this thing? And he's playing him, and now Sigurd's caught on. So he's like, what about you? Are you really a good smith? You say you could, but look, this sword's flimsy.
Right.
What about this? So it's kind of funny to watch the development and how quickly he learns.
Well, he says to them, or therewith he went to his mother, and she welcomed him in seemly wise, and they talked and drank together. And then Sigurd spoke, "Have I heard aright that the king Sigmund gave thee a sword, Gram, in 2 pieces?" "True enough," she said. So yeah, you are correct. And I made, because of the previous part where it had alluded to him doing that. And then, I assumed the welding was more on his skill. But no, he gets the sword from his mother. So Sigurd said, "Deliver them into my hands, for I would have them." She said he looked like to win great fame and gave him the sword. Therewith he went to Rayan and bade him make a good sword thereof of that blade, as he best might. Rayan grew wroth thereat, but went into the smithy with the pieces of the sword, thinking well meanwhile that Sigurd pushed his head far enough now into the matter of smithying. So he takes this as an insult that his swords aren't good enough. He has to take a broken sword and make it, just put it back together. And he's wrathful at this. And that it's another slight towards his abilities. So he made a sword. And as he bore it forth for the forge, it seemed to the smiths as though the fire burned along its edges thereof. Now he bade Sigurd to take the sword, and he said he knew not how to make a sword if this one failed. Then Sigurd smote into the anvil and cleft it down to the stock thereof. So he basically says, if this doesn't work, I can't make anything better. And he takes it and he cuts down into the anvil, and it goes all the way down into the stump. And the metal is smote in twain, cut in half. And then he praised the sword very much, and thereafter he went to the river with a lock of wool and threw it up against the stream, and it fell asunder when it met the sword. Then was Sigurd glad and went home. So he took a swath of wool and wet it. This is, I think, very akin to when we see in Japanese sword arts, where they take like the bamboo and reed mats and wet them to replicate. But, you know, again, hanging and having this kind of bendable thing, having the sword be able to cut not only through hard metal, but through giving flesh as a replication of flesh. And he cut right through it. And then he was happy. Rayan said, "Now whereas I have made the sword for thee, be like thou wilt hold on to thy troth given. Wilt thou go meet Fafnir? So I've made you this sword, and you promised you would go after my brother. Will you still maintain to your troth, to your oath?" "Surely will I hold there too," said Sigurd. "Yet first must I avenge my father." Now Sigurd, the older he grew, the more he grew in love of all men, so that every child loved him well. So he becomes a hero of Denmark. He becomes a hero of his his grandfather, his adopted grandfather, I guess would be the word for it. And he becomes a renowned hero there before he even steps off to face against Fafnir.
So a couple of interesting points as we come to a close with our reading for this evening. I always thought that the wool thing was he threw it into the river and let the current carry it against the blade. And with just the current and the weight of the wool, it cut. So he tested the sword's strength. It could cleave an anvil.
Right.
And still maintain its sharpness to cut through, wool with just the gravity of the current to force it onto the blade.
And I think that's
I want to point out Sigurd's cunning here, because this con man is trying to trick him into doing his bidding and doing all of these things and whatever. And Sigurd gets wise to it, and he's like, "No, I'm gonna trick this dude into making me a sword and working my will, and then I'll get around to, fulfilling my part. But I'm not going to be conned. If this guy's going to do stuff, I'm going to trick him into, either one of those swords might have been good enough to kill Fafnir, but was it what he needed? And that's part of that wisdom of konungar, of, that highest evolution of our folk and nobility, learning the runes, learning the wisdom of the court, learning the knightly skills, and learning the cunning of, okay, I see through this guy's thing, I'm going to turn it to my will. And I think that's really important. I'm curious that there is a extensive conversations at Odenshof over the otter question and varieties of otter. I will point this out. My wife is forever traumatized by otters. So when they come up on my reels, I send them to her and chuckle at her dismay. I don't know about, white people otters, but Charlie otters, the Vietnamese otters are nasty. So Charlie's got these otters that bite pigs on the face and hang off of their face. We went to the Jacksonville Zoo, and there was these Vietnamese warthogs, and they were also there with these Southeast Asian otters in the same. They shared an enclosure, and one of those otters bit this pig on the side of the face, on his eyelid, and was just dangling off the side of this pig's face as the pig was running through his enclosure, just squealing, and it was traumatic. And my wife is still traumatized by this otter's vicious report of this hog. So there you have it. Don't trust Charlie and his otters.
Well, and I was thinking too, the mentioning of the wool. I wonder if there was maybe kind of an understanding of taking a swath or a coiling of wool and being able to cut it was a sense of sharpness, especially with it being wet. But he just lays it in the river, and it's so sharp that when it slides over, it cuts it. So I think
you mentioned that, and you mentioned the Japanese connection. That's something that I've heard about katanas, is letting a piece of silk and they'll just sever it. Or, I've heard about that in water. I've heard about that of letting one just fall on it. Either way, Dram is both godly in its strength and in its sharpness. And before we move on past it, and we'll get y'all's questions here in a minute, there is something here that I have always, at least internally, likened our faith to in a way. The trough to the Aesir was broken by our ancestors so long ago, and that very precious and holy thing was broken, but through divine will and, providence, the pieces were kept. And in our day, or, in our father's day, those pieces were gathered up. They were reforged for greater purpose. The trough to our gods was forged anew in the time of our founder, Stephen McNallen, and at, again, the intercession of the All-Father, that which was once broken was welded back together for might and for purpose. And we're part of that purpose today. And we are custodians of that blade. And that's always been a deep inspiration to me, and something that has always leapt out to me about this story, and something I think is fundamental in our ordination is Gothar and in the Asatru Folk Assembly's position in the world. So with that, got a couple of questions from email. The first one, hey there, question for you this week. Does the AFA encourage its member to engage in proselytizing? Or do you typically wait for eligible people to find their way to you once they're already aware of the AFA? If the AFA does encourage actively spreading the word, any tips on how members can do it most effectively? Thank you for the weekly show. First, you are very welcome. I'm glad that you're listening, and I'm also glad that you're asking questions. Svan, do you have any response for Tilever, as Nick has brought it to us? I'm not sure if that's the original email or just what, but yeah, do you have any thoughts on this question?
Absolutely. I think proselytizing and conversion, the origin of that word ultimately comes even before Christianity, in the Hellenic area or time frame in which a lot of different cults and churches of the gods and different focuses were attempting to, bring people into what they were doing. I think that it certainly has become a negative term, especially amongst those of us who are Asatru and come from Christianity. But as you said, we don't need to define ourselves by what we are not. It's just the same as the word like propaganda. Americans hear the word propaganda and they immediately, and they throw that word around to weaponize, but it comes from the word propagation, to propagate something and to grow it. So really that attempt it becomes soured when you look at it from where it's coming from. In the outlandish faith that is literally outland of us, Christianity or any of the Middle Eastern religions, their attempt is to do this for various reasons. And mostly it's really to ascertain power over. They do it subtly or they do it overtly. You can choose whichever religion you figure uses the method, but let's just look at Christianity in itself, that it comes in with, I need to save souls because my God is going to punish people that don't accept him. And then it turns into, come to the church and we will, make these edicts that really, if you look deep enough, kind of are against even the European, the Aryan mindset. But no, don't look too deep. So it's about that kind of buffering in with fear. There's that caveat. We are not coming at anyone and saying you need to be Asatru or the gods are going to punish you. No, the gods have seen us go through the ups and downs, the rise and falls, the battles between each other. They decided when to return. But we can try to be a beacon by deed and by voice for the gods and encourage our folk to come home, because ultimately the idea is to synthesize folk with Asatru. And we can argue about the details of Hellenic and Slavic and Celtic and Germanic and what have you, all you want, so they're blue in the face. But the reality is that those people, no matter what branch they are, the gods are the gods. They have been the gods. They are culturally different in each of those branches, but we are the one prevailing especially in this land. We are a Germanic country. We speak a Germanic language. The others their cultures have different issues. So that aside, honoring the gods of the Aryan people through the Germanic lens, I encourage people to kind of understand the case of this. But we need to at least tell their folk that they have an option, that they have a world that they can live in where they are integrated with the spirituality and not severed from it. They are connected to the divine, and it needs to be a key balance. Christianity has become so obscure; it's left away from its origins of the God of the Israelites or the God of the Jews. To even now, the Christians are like, well, now we're the Jews. But at the end of the day, it becomes an obscure kind of divinity that has no face. And if it goes to other countries, if they do it anyways. You know, you go to Korea, you see Korean Jesus. You go to Japan, you see Japanese Jesus.
Korean Jesus is the one that's super swole, right?
Yes. I mean, good on them. But again, that's another implication of the way that they are trying to connect both with what they want and how they see themselves. And you cannot make religion, it's like socialism, it's like communism. You can't make our connection to the divine. There's one gray me. It's one gray me.
Korean Jesus can whoop up on Al Sharpton Black Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like LA riots all over again.
Okay, so at random, a gentleman who I first got involved in Asatru with, he'd moved up to Wasilla, Alaska, and he had kind of come up as a skinhead in Jacksonville, Florida. And one of his good skinhead buddies, for whatever reason, was an avid collector of Black Jesus. Like he needed all the velvet like paintings of Black Jesus. And the prize ones were the ones with the quote unquote Al Sharpton hair. Like the flowy, like
helmet.
You know, yeah, like you are a barber. I don't know how you get chocolatey hair to
they actually have to
engage from its woolliness.
They have to put a chemical in it that removes genetic material so that it lays that way.
So he had the like Pimp Al Sharpton treatment with it. But that was the preferred version of Black Jesus that he collected. If you're going to go with a version of Jesus, Korean like super swole Jesus is an awesome depiction.
Where his abs have abs.
I've also seen the depiction on some t-shirts at the gym of Jesus being super swole because he's like carrying around the crucifixion cross, almost like Conan when he's pushing the like mill wheel or whatever, he gets like super bodybuilding Mr. Olympia level physique from pushing this wheel. Apparently Jesus, from carrying the weight of the cross and the associated sins of mankind, has become swole. So take that for what you will. I think that's interesting artwork. Well, yes, the AFA is 1,000,000% behind proselytizing. Being obnoxious, no. Spreading the word and letting our folk know. Not only that, but that's always been part of our declaration of purpose, of our mission statement, is to issue a call to bring the folk home. That's literally the function of the Asatru Folk Assembly since its inception, is to guide the folk home and bring the folk home. We've got silly hang-ups with words we associate with religion that maybe as kids or in former associations we didn't like. It's time to be grown and get past those hang-ups on religion words. No, if you have something that you love, you want to tell other people about it and bring our folk home. We don't ever want to be obnoxious, but I've mentioned this countless times on this program. One of the biggest hurdles for our growth is that so many of our people just don't know this is an option. I know that when I came home to Asatru, I mean, I'm sure there are people who are way smarter and way better read than I was, but I read deeply about religion. I read deeply about history. I had no idea that this existed in a serious way in modern times. When I came home to Asatru, I thought I was the only oddball out here worshiping Norse deities, but I knew it was the right thing to do. So I wanted to figure out how to do it. And I started, doing I say Google, but at the time, Yahoo or Alta Vista or whatever it was. And I found the Asatru Folk Assembly, and it blew my mind. I had no idea that there were other serious people doing this. So many of our people don't, and I can't fault them for that. I was there. It's very easy once you've been doing this for a decade, or in Svan, in my case, for 2 decades or more, to think that these other people, when they're taking those fledgling steps of finding our faith or getting into it and being real Viking LARPy and like, bruh, yo, dog, Vikings and stuff, it's really easy to look down on that or to, I don't know, be disparaging. But I think all of us were there at some point, wanting to foster a greater understanding, and a growth of that is great. But we all came from somewhere, and it's all been imperfect. I mean, I'm sitting, Svan and I are both sitting here today trying to talk from a place of wisdom or a place of understanding. I really hope that 20 years from now, he and I can talk to you with a greater understanding, a more perfect relationship to our gods, and increased knowledge. It doesn't mean what we're doing now isn't good, but if we're doing it right, it'll be better in 20 years. And all of us, I never want that not to be the case. Shoot, if I'm lucky enough to be doing this with you 40 years from now, I hope it's even better. 60 years from now, I'm probably going to have to do it earlier in the day because I'll probably be going to sleep early. But no, we should always be advancing, and spreading the word is important. That's the best thing. And so you asked for advice that members could do to spread the word better. First and foremost, wear your hammer, wear it outside your shirt, wear it everywhere you go. Secondly, and we all could do better at this, I know I could, when people ask you about it, as the meme says, say the weird thing. Sorry, Alan, that's the meme. I didn't do it. So be willing to have the conversation that seems uncomfortable or tedious. It only needs, if you do it 100 times and 99 of those times somebody gives you a strange look and turns up their nose and ugh, if just one time it works, that's a win. Just one of those times, people are like, hey, nice Mjolnir. Hey, cool, thanks. Anyway, but instead you stop and say, hey, thank you. I see you have one too. Are you Asatru? Huh? What's that? Oh, well, I'm part of the Asatru Folk Assembly, and this is my church, and there's a lot of us, and we get together and we worship our gods, and this is my religion. Oh, wow, I never heard of that. Cool. Well, if you're curious, at runestone.org, you can learn, kind of who we are and what we do, and see if that's something that's interesting to you. Would you like to know more? That little conversation, that can be the next hero of our folk that gets honored with a day of remembrance. That can be the next hero that leads us into the next age, that does great work for us and for our gods. And you can be part of making that happen. We should all get better at doing that. I know I could do it better. I've seen our founder, Steve McNallen, do it beautifully. I've traveled with him and been in the airport where somebody just an offhanded comment, and he stops and he has a conversation. And I'm so envious of that. So anything you can do to live our faith and be an example. And when somebody asks, to with pride talk about this, talk about what you do. If you're listening to this show, suggest somebody else might want to listen to it too. We say it and it sounds cheesy, and it's the thing to do, I guess, if you're an influencer or if you're whatever, but like, share, and subscribe. Tell your friends and your family and people that might just find this interesting, because they may share it with somebody who wants to actively pursue it. We had a gentleman, Father Jack Ashcraft, who's an Anglican priest, who had us on his program a couple of different times and was extremely respectful. People would listen to that were just interested in religion generally and found out about the Asatru Folk Assembly. You never know, but going out there and being proud to tell folks who you are and where you're from and what you do. Now, you asked positively, but I think it's worth saying just for the audience, we get stuck in our own heads with a preconception of negativity because we live in a wolf age and we're surrounded by a world that would cast what we do in a negative light. Don't succumb to that. Be proud, be happy of what we're doing. Be happy for who you are. Be happy that you're Asatru, and speak with that. If people see the joy in your heart and the pride that you have, that's contagious, and it cuts through preconceptions. When people, if people were to get wind of us and imagine us to be these, hateful, evil people, something really special happens when they meet you and you're nice and you guys get along well and there's so much to bond over. But wait, these other people over here said these guys were mean, but they're not. These guys are great. These other people over here said these guys are evil devil worshipers, but no, they seem awesome. These guys over here said they're hateful, but I talked to them and it's nothing but love for what they do. That's real, and it forces our people to wake up. Do that. And the more of that y'all do and that we do, the more of our brothers and sisters will be able to welcome home to trough with our gods, and stronger we'll be going into the future. So Taylor also asked by email, again, if you want to ask a question at any point in time, and I realize a lot of our listeners might be listening to this as a podcast. We come out on iHeartRadio, on Amazon Music, on Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. So if you listen to us there and you're not catching it live, that's fine. You can email a question to vns@runestone.org, and we will answer it the next time we're on. Now, I may have a different guest that day. It all kind of depends on the rotation, but our law speaker might have something cool to say, or Brandy and the ladies on our Fifth of Brandy call, that's coming up this month. So every month that there is a fifth Wednesday, our Githur will be on here doing a special episode for you guys. No, it's nice to see a pretty face on here. I think Svan and I are lovely, but some of you might be appealed to by a different audience. Either way, it's neat to get them on and have them do their show. And they do that every time there's a fifth Wednesday. Just so happens that is occurring this month. So yeah, but the next broadcast, somebody will answer your questions. So email those anytime you have them. This next one comes in from Taylor via email. Hello, and thank you for taking my questions. You're very welcome. What is the Asatru view of time? Is it linear, reaching an eventual final point for all of humanity, and that's it? Or is it cyclical, such as personal reincarnation or something like after Ragnarok, everything starting again? And two, since the AFA is a forward-facing faith, is it possible for new gods of the Aesir to be born or be discovered? If so, how and by whom? Thank you. Hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Svan, what are your thoughts on both of those things?
Well, one, absolutely, I believe in the cyclical nature. We see it in our language. The Germanic language sets itself up to that which is in the past, that which comes from and descends from the well of Erd, that which is happening now. And then you cannot give a future tense without adding will. I ran, I'm running, or run, I run, and then I will run. But it ultimately means that that falls back to the source. Now, that could give a lineal patterning, but it would be better to look at it more as like cyclical return. The deeds that are committed bring out debt, and that debt is a return to the past. It all becomes cyclical. You have to move forward with will, but that becomes part of Earth, and then Earth spurns that on. So I think a lot of people do get, I could see how they could mistake it for that. But elsewhere, we also see everything being perennial, circular, or I would even say spiraling. There is this, okay, I knew I was kind of the spiraling time set in which the circle is moving at the same time. It is going forward or upward or directionally, but that the perennial truth is consistently worked over and over and over and over again in mythical time. So this opens up a very different way that I think a lot of folks do not look at the divine, do not look at the stories. They do not see, they see them simply as perhaps academic research, something they can go and look up. But the gods would be with us if all of that was burned, because it would happen again. The nature, our blood, our history, all of that. Their names may be different, but they would be amongst us. They would be with us. And so it's hard for people to understand. It's like, is Balder gone? Is he beyond the veil, or has he risen? And it's in essence, it's like, it's
yes.
Yes, it's yes. And it's very, very hard to explain that, because people need logos. They need logic to explain and going from point A to point B. But mythic truth is perennial, and it will preside over as things are turning. It's almost like having a light or a flame underneath the thing that is turning. Eventually, it will come back around and relight or reignite itself, no matter what or which way things turn.
All right. So, couple few things. It is amazing to me, and still is so, the synchronicity of things that there seems to be a current, and there starts being these points of connectivity. I had a call with a member yesterday who had some questions about this very thing. And okay, so to answer your last question first, because the first one requires a little bit more. Is it possible for new gods to be born and or discovered? Yes. By whom? By those who sincerely open themselves and devote themselves to worship. I realize that's way too simple of an answer. That's more of a, like we read in this work. It gives you the title of the chapter as kind of a summation, and then the meat of it. So I'll say this. far be it from me to limit the possibilities of the divine. That's not my job, and if Odin can father a great many gods of our folk, it's not for me to suggest that he could not father more or others into the future. And I think that's one thing when we talk about the, like the big 12 Aesir. It's different when you talk about local spirits, local deities like river goddesses, spirits of land and of place. I think we see some of that. As Svan was saying, and I've said many times on here, we are very blessed that we have a corpus of lore to tell us names and stories of the gods to help us have a head start in building a relationship with. But if our, quintuple great grandchildren find themselves on the surface of Mars without that we have, our gods still exist. They are the gods of the blood and bone of our quintuple grandchildren. And they would speak to them through their very folk soul. The stories that they develop, the names that they call them by might be very different than what we would recognize today at first glance. But those things exist and are eternal. If there were new developments, new lore, new gods to be known, first, that would be the providence of whoever those gods or the existing gods reveal themselves to. They can use whatever criteria they would like to do that. Far be it from me to suggest what they can and can't do. I would think that the best probability for that would be someone who is open in their heart and in their mind to receive that kind of information, and who devotes themselves to prayerful interaction, worship, and gift cycling with the Aesir. I think a person whose heart and mind were inclined in that way would be the most receptive to those kind of things and most likely to receive that. But again, that's up to the Aesir. As far as the time question, so I was listening to Svan and I was going to be like, well, a lot of that's okay, but this thing, until he mentioned the spiral. When we conceive of things two-dimensionally, and we look at time cyclically as if it is a circle, I find that contrary to the Aryan spirit. If we can't truly progress, if everything is just doomed to repeat itself, there's no point in doing anything. We might as well just give in to our most bestial nature and, just ride it out, because golden age is coming again, no matter what we do. So no, that's not heroic. Our Lord teaches us that if we push forward heroically, there are cyclical currents within time to where things ebb and they flow. And there are currents that we see again and again. But we nudge that by moving it forward through our deeds and through our will to spiral. We can either downwardly spiral towards entropy and chaos, or we can upwardly spiral towards greatness and glory and greater achievements and greater destiny. But we do see things, we do see common things happen in cyclical ways again and again. And I don't want to discount that. Something I will say as far as, the timeless nature of our gods. Now, we've spoken on the show again many times. I don't believe in one-for-one reincarnation as the general rule. I think that that is a possible occurrence, and I think that does occur in very specific circumstances and with a very important intent to it. But I think for most of us, there are pieces of our soul that we can pass on as an inheritance to those within our line. But when it comes to the gods, the reason that our lore is displayed in the way that it is because that's how our brains work as mortal humans. Our concept of time and the gods' concept of time function very differently. It's a similar reason to why our gods look like Viking people doing Viking stuff. That was our lore encapsulated at a time where that's what made sense to the audience and gave them greater understanding of the essence of our gods. I don't think that the best of us can comprehend in totality the existence of the gods. What we do best is relating to them genuinely through our own experience, and they grant us a certain amount of grace that we don't know what we don't know. So we're held accountable to the best of what we do know. We try to extend to them the best and the highest of what we know about what the greatest of people we could conceive is. They are more than that, but they're at least that. So that said, we relate to our gods at different stages, different seasons of our life, and different experiences. So to know Balder as the child with a gleaming hope of the future for Odin and for Frigg is one way of knowing him and perceiving him and understanding him. To know him as the shining prince, the most beautiful and bravest of all the gods, is another way to know him and to appreciate him. Riding upon, bloody hoof to understand these things lets us see him in one way. To understand him as the God that through cosmic betrayal is laid low and lives in the realm of the underworld and of the dead is another way of understanding and relating to bright Balder. And then to understand him as renewed and returning to Asgard after Ragnarok is still another way to relate to Balder. All of these at different points in our life and different experiences. He is each of those things, and he is the totality of all those things. And at different phases in our experience, different elements of that will ring true to us. If you look at, it's hard to encapsulate eternal deity within the confines of the 100-year lifespan that the luckiest among us might know. Many of us are known really differently to different people in our lives due to our different relationships and different time. My mom knew me as her son, as the baby boys she watched grow up and she helped raise and taught things. That's absolutely true and honest. My daughter knows me as her father, who protects her and teaches her stuff and is strong and chases the monsters out of her closet and whatever else. That's true. That's honest. My wife knows me as the, goofy dude sitting around in his pajama pants in his recliner doing whatever he's doing and singing along to ridiculous things on the radio, scream singing to Heart That's honest too. It's just a side of myself that I show my wife and people who are very close to me and intimate to me. Some of you might know me as the presenter, the shower, as the Ausheriogothi of the Asatru Folk Assembly. That's also honest and true. People who've stood with me and fought Samoans and random, thuggery in the bar as a bouncer know me in a really different way. All of those are honest. All of those are me. Different of those have a different meaning and a different relevance to those I've had different relationships with. If that's the case for, a regular, a mortal man, certainly it's more so the case for our eternal gods. And we're never going to have the perfect answer to it. But the more we grow in our understanding, I think the more we digest that reality. What else? So the next one, I recently became, as from Wise Final Solution, I recently became aware of painters from the 1800s and the early 1900s that depict the Norse gods and figures in noble lights. Arthur Rackham, Carl Emil Doppler, and Robert E. Howard's Swords of the North, Marchers of Valhalla. Any recommendations of artworks like fantasy or paintings or sculptures of the Aesir or general figures of the lore, etc.? Svan, do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was inspired growing up. I was brought into a Lutheran home. And when we came here to America, I went to a bunch of different religious groups. One of the other things that I was searching, but as a game, just for fun, growing up in the late 80s, it came to me a Sword and Sorcery, Robert E. Howard, Dungeons and Dragons, all of these things, these little nuggets coming in and just really igniting something in me that was not happening elsewhere. I felt like a foreigner in a foreign faith in the houses of Yahweh, the synagogue of Yahweh. And I was getting these inspirations for heroism and all of that from fantasy art. And so a lot of the first things that came to my head when I saw this question was like Ed Greenwood and a lot of the guys from fantasy art. But another thing that being one who gets the pleasure of drawing the gods as representations for our church, I looked into massive amounts just in the same area that you're in. So I wrote down some names. I was writing them down while you were speaking because I just didn't want to mess them up. But anybody like Lawrence Froelich. Lawrence Froelich was truly an interesting artist because he did not draw the holy gods in clothing. Like they usually wore a sash of a swath of clothing, which harkens to classic Hellenic, or at least the perception of classic Hellenic things. But I think the reason why he did it is, one, to show the might and the strength of the body. That you see Thor as this, strong and very masculine, powerful, but he's not confined by history. He's not confined by technology or any sense of that. In actuality, he's just broken down into a swath of clothing. But it also removes a lot and takes the gods into perhaps a different way of thinking. Art really does that. I've done this with how would I embody the gods in a symbol? We already do this with Lord Thor, with the Thor's hammer. What would we do for Lord Odin? What would we do for Lord Frey? And I've messed around with a lot of that. So his take on that, I think, is ultimately to make the gods more broad. And when people kind of get snarky, their internet, they're like, oh, Germanic gods, they're not Roman gods, they're not Greek gods, but it's like, no, these are the gods of the folk, the Aryan people, but moving them out of that and into more, I guess, broad cosmic and philosophical, but also heroic sense, is really interesting. It's an interesting take because I did not see that anywhere else. He's generally lumped in to the Romantic era, and the Romantic era is still cool. I actually don't have a problem with the winged helmets and stuff. I think that's all deeply symbolic of elevated mind, or again, manifesting will into the world, and they have horns on their helmets and what have you. I think it's just fun to be able to say, like, they didn't actually have horns, and it's kind of the well actually, so that they go contrary, right? Just to have power. They didn't have, it's like, no, but let's look at it in a broad sense. Spiritually, there's a lot of symbolism there, and it comes from a time where Western society was in its prime. It was firing on all cylinders, and the gods were inspiring people then. So I was going to just say Lawrence Frolick is one I would definitely recommend for folks. Also, Mary H. Foster and Mabel H. Cummings. They were sisters, and they drew. Most people might be very familiar with, and they're more in the Romantic period, but they did the picture of Lord Odin sitting at the throne. He's got light coming from his head, and he has Freki, at his feet, and he is so wings on his helmet, the whole nine. And then the last one too is Alexander Zik, along with, like, I love Arthur Rackham, but Arthur Rackham, I think he does. It's very Nordic in the mindset. The beings of his artwork are encapsulated by bigger things in a lot of ways. Like when you go to Iceland and you stand there, you realize you're just a tiny thing on this very big earth, this big middle world, and you feel suddenly like you're placed within it. It's the opposite of solipsism. You are no longer disconnected. You are extremely embedded in everything, and I find that super fascinating with his art. But I love when there are images of expanding to different things. The light, the circling of the head, and that's obviously led into art, or the artwork that I am doing. I'm trying to set as a base, and we're trying to move forward in the church. So a lot of those really, really cool. Modern though, I don't have anybody right now that I could say that I would point out as modern, but that's just because I focus.
Oh, flag on the place. Silence, you. So for modern art about our gods, there is a man on this screen that is not me that I think I would direct everyone to. Somebody mentioned in the chat, it'd be cool to see what Chat GPT would do. And it would be. It'd be fun to see whatever that is. But what the well-actuallys don't get, oh, well, you see, the gods didn't have wings upon their helmets because they... Well, actually, gods aren't wearing helmets. Gods don't look like Vikings. Well, actually, the gods may have whatever form they choose, or may not have any form at all that we can comprehend. Well, actually, they're gods and not big Vikings. So, well, actually, through the eye of faith, people who love our folk and who love our gods and who love our traditions are able to depict our gods in the best way. I would say any art that depicts our gods that's done by a Gothi, or at least a sincere practitioner of our faith trumps all art that's done through the eye of imagination or of fantasy or of historical accuracy or of, you know, anything you can put your finger in between your eyes and push up your glasses about. The only Gothi that I know that produces art depicting our gods is the gentleman who is joining me on this podcast tonight. And his depictions of our gods are the gold standard, and I would direct everyone to them. When you look at very ancient pieces from actual practitioners of our faith, be they crude wood carvings or, you know, primitive metalwork of our gods, those also have great value because those people believed in the subject they were portraying. I think second to art produced by actual practitioners of our faith is things from the Romantic period where it was done by people who love our folk and who at the very least see our gods as aspirational and as amazing and beautiful. Anything today by people that are just making something because it's cool or because they're edgy or because whatever silly nonsense, I think that may spark some interesting ideas, but it misses the essence and the point. When the artwork is in and of itself devotional, there's something that transcends what your eye is perceiving that speaks to your soul. And I think that's lost if the art is produced by people who don't have that spark, who don't have that inclination. And for whatever that's worth, I think that's what I would say on that. But random side plug, because I saw while this was going on, Frank Frazetta is awesome. I love his artwork. I don't know that it's any reflection of his religious inclination, but his spirit of Aryan heroism and, you know, the heroes and the heroines of his pictures, the beautiful woman with the very overtly masculine man protecting them against the swarthy hordes of not human creatures, I think speaks to a fundamental thing in all of our minds and all of our souls. And I think he does a just beautiful job. So I like a lot of his artwork. Again, please don't, there's no historical accuracy or not. It depends on what the artist wants to do, but he's depicting gods. Our gods don't look like anything that we can possibly think they look like, yet they look like anything they want to reveal themselves to us as. Art is funny that way, but art depicting divinity especially so. Are we encapsulating what's the true essence of that god or goddess? Are we encapsulating how they make us feel? Are we encapsulating, the way we imagine them to be? All of those, if done sincerely, is beautiful. Any of those, if done casually and without regard, is hideous. No matter how beautiful the product, it lacks soul.
I did want to say there's a lot of folks out there that perhaps don't like my art, the art of that's going up.
They are wrong.
Well, there's another point to that, though. It's like it's really, it doesn't matter what's done; they're not going to like it. Again, and these are the same people that are politicizing the gods and putting a hijab on Sif, and Lord Odin's wearing a T-shirt that says like "No fascists in Valhalla" or whatever. They don't care about the divinity of the gods. They're painting them for their purpose in the most unpious and just really messed up stuff. But for those that are, looking at the art as they're in the church and they're wondering, like, why, what choices? I mean, obviously, the sun and rod around the head, the gold for divinity, the red for those who were mortal and have passed, and then white for the Alshiri or Gothies. These things are giving, it gives format. It creates order and hierarchy and understanding. But there's another point to it as well. I always wanted our artwork, at least at this stage of our being, to appeal both to our children and to our folk, or be very catchy, very bright. And in a lot of ways, our children, our folk are like children. They're coming over this chasm. They have a new faith that they're being inspired by and reintroduced into. And a lot of this kind of dark, grim stuff, and dark, grim fantasy, very, very fine. But I wanted, and the way I pictured it was, if we hold a book and we open up these, there's bright colors, and the adult is able to speak about the gods, and the children looking at it are like just itching to go outside and pretend they have a hammer and they're just crushing thirsts, and it inspires them. That color, that movement towards those things is about changing the way that a lot of folks kind of fall or hold the gods in our culture in certain ways. That's the reason why color choices. Also, there's like Thorsoff, the red shirt, the blue cape or half cloak, representing light and the sky, while his pants and leggings are earth toned and water toned. So he's of the earth and the water and of the sky and the fire. It's all symbolic there. But yeah, I appreciate the confidence, but it's more or less just giving people a chance to kind of understand why.
Svan, if you sucked, I would tell you.
I know.
That's the thing. I disabused my wife of that early on in our relationship. Don't ask me questions you don't want an answer to. And I'm not going to tell anybody something that's not true. If I want to be nice, I'll just keep my mouth shut and drink my wine. Any of you that have had the privilege of being in the presence of one of the murals that Witan Svan, Spekking Svan has painted for us at our Hofs will notice the transcendent quality of the piece. I think that it looks good aesthetically, certainly looks much better than anything I could paint. But there's a devotional aspect to it that is done because it comes from a heart of piety that can't be faked. It can't be overcome through skill or through cunning or through, anything else. You can't fake that. The divine occupy and see us through the eyes of that which Svan has painted for us. And I don't think you can say that about these other pieces. And there's a lot to that, and there's a lot to be said about that. Again, art is a really individual thing, and it's a hard thing to put your finger on what you like and what you don't. We talked about Frank Frazetta. His art is ridiculous. Nobody is that muscled. No chicks are that lean and has that big of breasts and are that. People don't look like that, but that's not the point of the art. It's to evoke a primal vision of masculinity and of femininity, a primal vision of unbridled battle lust, perhaps unbridled lust, to evoke. Somebody did, I think it was a documentary on Frazetta called Painting with Fire. And it was to evoke these things. The point wasn't to make any of these things realistic. He did cover art for fantasy stories and things that he'd never read. That wasn't the point. It was to tap into something very primal within us, expressed in it. And it was done beautifully and amazingly. Art isn't, it can be about a lot of different things, but so much of it is about the intent of the artist and what they're trying to do. There is something extremely different when the point of what you're doing is merely commercial versus the point of what you're doing is done with your soul towards a purpose. And that purpose can be any number of things that you're inspired to do. And I'm not faulting any of that. But there's something really important when what you are doing is intended to glorify the subject of your art. And I think that's what we're talking about here. And I realize that I'm waxing over long on the subject, but I think it's really important. And I think the same goes with music. And so I'm a bottle and a half into the $3.49 wines. So I'm gonna fair enough, but I like a value. So, but I mean this. I have this conversation. This is a conversation that Whitten Young and I have a lot about musical tastes. There are musical artists that on a scale are much, much more talented objectively than other artists. But there's something in their display of it that transcends. And I'll put this out there, and I'm going over long on this, but I think it's kind of an interesting subject. Like, Janis Joplin is a horrible singer. By any objective measure, she is terrible at singing. But her emotion in what she sings is so very raw and very on the surface. It transcends objectivity, and it touches something in experience that other things don't touch. Johnny Cash didn't write anything. He's not a songwriter. He's singing somebody else's songs, but he puts so much soul into it that it becomes transcendent. And it expresses it far more than the writer of the song. Trent Reznor talked about Hurt and how when he heard Johnny Cash do a cover of it, it's like somebody stole his girlfriend, because that's his song at that point. Johnny Cash's version of that song is transcendent, not because of the words, but because of the heart he put into it. And you see that a lot in different artistic expressions. And I think that's probably the best way to encapsulate what I'm trying to say. So somebody talks about her screamy voice. No, I don't. I'm not a fan of Janis Joplin. Please don't get me confused. Not a Janis Joplin fan in any way. But if you listen to her version and Faith Hill's cover version of her song, the one is clearly superior to the other because of the emotion thrown into it. I don't like it, but it's just honest. And there's a number of other people like that. Don't get caught up on the specifics. I'm just saying there's a transcendent quality when you see that you are devoted to the thing that you are projecting. That's very different than if you're just very skilled at making a very good composition. And they're appreciated on really different levels. When you talk about something that is religious, it's really different than when you're talking about, I'm not sure what the word is, but I think art transcends like good reproduction of thing. Like a camera is not an artist, but it takes a 100% accurate picture of the thing it's trying to take a picture of. The element of art to it is an entirely different story. It's like Van Gogh's Starry Night looks nothing like an actual starry night, but it's powerful and it's beautiful and it speaks to us all the time in a way that doesn't when you just go outside and you look up. What he puts into it is very different and transcendent. And I think that's the best I got on it. Art's a hard thing to define. I have gone over long on the subject, but that's okay because we only got one question after it. What do you do when you find it hard to do ritual? Does that ever happen to you? It's not so much laziness, but rather a feeling of pointlessness. How do you get out of this slump? Svan, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, the word that stuck out to me on that one is pointlessness. That is a pervading feeling. I think that's something that comes about because of an overwhelming sense of negative information, thoughts, all of this stuff going on can create this tidal wave of feeling that is, it just feels pointless to do this or that or what have you. The only thing, I mean, I guess my initial thought was to think of like, well, what would encourage someone to break through pointlessness? You know, the idea of reconnecting to the gods of your people. I have also, so like reconnecting with your gods of your people, perhaps, you know, improving and rehoning and opening your life, but it sounds like you're already there. And I often talk about duty and obligation to your ancestors and to the gods. But beyond that, and I've been thinking about that question as I saw it and trying to go back and forth. And I think ultimately, the best answer I could give is that there is nothing that you cannot give unto the gods in faith to them. You don't have to do elaborate. You don't have to do intrinsically crazy things. It's, you can give faith to the gods. And the biggest thing is in giving that faith, asking them if you're worthy, asking them if you can receive guidance, pathway, anything to break you from the miasma, because the pointlessness is an affliction unto itself. It is part of that spittle that Fenris drips into the black lake that flows here. It's not just consumption and fanaticism. It's also lethargy and apathy. And you need to get away from that just as much. But there's nothing that you, as simple as you have it, all you have to do is give unto your faith to the gods. And that's all. That's everything thereafter is cultural, traditional, or built upon other factors. You need to take your moment and speak to the gods, even if it's just a matter of putting a chair in front of your harrow and looking at the godsteads and saying this out loud, saying that I find this pointlessness here. I need to get through it, because as long as you can verbally say that you have a desire to move past it, it is something you can overcome. Otherwise, you get, it's what is it? It's like the horse in the mud in that terrible movie from the 80s. Never Ending Story.
Stop it. We all wept.
Yes, it's terrible.
Ajax was the horse, I think.
Artax.
Yes. Artax. And Atreyu was very sad.
Terrible.
We all wept. I wept.
Yes, that was
tears.
I mean terrible in the sense of how traumatic it was. But that movie really tapped into a lot of mythical points. And one of the things about that is that you one, admitting that it's there, admitting that there is this sense of pointlessness, and then speaking that out loud, and then saying, I need help, I need guidance, I need a way to go through and overcome this pointlessness. And by you doing that alone, out loud, is the steps towards allowing the gods to help you and for you to help yourself in these dark and desperate mental times. If you do nothing, then it is the horse sinking in the mud.
First, thank you for asking the question. What a profound question I think it is for a lot of our folk. One thing if I can reinforce, awaken, or inspire any of our folk to do this, I will have lived a worthwhile life. Realize that our gods are real, that they exist, and that you can interact with them as their son or as their daughter. If anyone I have ever known at this moment called my phone and said, "Hey, Matt, I just wanted to tell you that I love you and I appreciate you and you were my friend," there is no part of me that would not be moved. Most of those calls would bring me to tears. When we think of pointlessness, the biggest coup for the forces of chaos is dwindling our folk to where we focus with our heads held down, thinking that life is pointless. It is not pointless. If the only things right in this world are you and the Aesir. It's not pointless. The world is burning down around you, and in the maelstrom, you reach out to our gods and say, hey, I am here. I remember. I know you. I love you. Here I am. There is nothing pointless about that. And it is heroic in its expression. When I read your question, it cuts through a lot because it speaks to something that so many of our people are dealing with. And one of the greatest blessings I feel like the Aesir have given me, there is nothing that's pointless. I don't know you. I don't know who's asking the question. I think there are two things in my life that have really reinforced that in a profound way. Coming home to our gods and the birth of my daughter. There is nothing that's pointless. If everything else is going down the tubes, if I can look at my daughter and make her smile and let her know that daddy loves her and is there for her, that's not pointless no matter what. If I can reach out to our gods and say, hey, I don't know what everybody else is doing, but I'm here, I remember, and I'm loyal, that is everything in that moment, and it's not pointless. Our gods know, our gods remember. Ritual is never pointless if you are doing it from a place of sincerity. Now, I can say, you asked, does that ever happen to you? No, it doesn't. And I'm not going to, be dishonest with you and say that it does. But I know that it does for a lot of people. I am greatly blessed in my life that it doesn't for me. There are times I do ritual for I say for the folk, that's not true. I'm always doing it for the Aesir, but also for the folk. There are times that I do bloat for, a crowd of people that I feel was amazing, was awesome, did great. There's times that I'm like, man, I messed that up. That was, God, I owe everybody better. That wasn't good enough. There are all of those things. But pre-public bloat, post-public bloat, I check in with the gods. I check in with whoever I'm doing bloat to. That's never pointless. I open my heart and I hope and I pray that I'm doing well. I hope and I pray that I did something that made them proud. That pre and post bloat prayer is never pointless. Don't ever feel that way. Tonight, right now, no matter what you are doing, if you hear my voice, turn me off. Don't listen to me in Svan anymore. Whatever you're doing, reach out to the gods and just say, hey, I'm here. I care. I stand with you. You will never regret that, ever. It is never, never pointless. But that's one of those questions. Doesn't seem like a lot, but that's deep. And I think that speaks to a lot. And I'm really glad that you asked the question. All right. So Svan, Do you have anything else for folks tonight? That's the last official question that we have in our queue. But do you have more that you would like to share with our folk this evening while I have you?
I mean, again, please come back and hear more of this great story and all of the things that inspired so much of Tolkien and fantasy and all of these things that survive in our culture, even in the most mundane sense. It all derives from these places. And the other is kind of speaking about what you had said, but the gods are real, and your relationship with your living friends, wife, children can be varied. It can go up, it can go down, but you cannot be severed away from the relationship you have with your gods and your ancestors. And you don't have to get caught up in the pomp of trying to say that you are some you're overcompensating through ignorance or fear or what have you, and acting in such a way that you can't maintain or reveal true thoughts and feelings. The gods know they're there. All the pomp, if you're acting out and putting face paint on and doing all these things, and the gods know that's you're just presenting that. But they know all those layers. It's better, I think, to look at the gods and your ancestors as inseparable from you. You can be tricked into different things, but they can't be disconnected from you. And you should be able to show them all things at all times. You should be able to approach them with your fallacies, with your problems, with your fears and doubts. And it's never about that you don't pray to the gods for them to just swoop in and save you. That's not the point. The point is, one, to say, it doesn't matter who I'm married to. It doesn't matter what offspring I have. At the end of the day, the gods and my ancestors, I cannot be separated from them, and I can always speak, even about the innermost problems and fears that I have. I don't have to do it in pomp. I don't have to do it in all of those things. That stuff is good in certain ways, and we do that for cultural, and I'm not downing that, but there are other times too where even sitting down and just talking out loud places your soul into those layers that allows you to find ways to move forward. The moment you stop talking, the moment you're silent, and the moment you cut loose and you sever yourself from the gods and your ancestors, that's when it's truly, I think, destitution. And I just wouldn't ever want that to ever happen. At that point, I would say, please reach out to other people. But, I think we're talking about the scope of that question is more in a religious sense than in a life sense. But
so I think Svan's onto something really important there. There is something very cathartic to our soul. You can't trick the gods. Gods know you. They see through you. You can't thump your chest and talk about what a badass you are. I mean, unless you are. But our gods know you. They know who you are. They can see you coming a mile away. So it's humbling, but it's also liberating in the sense that you don't have to pretend you're anybody you're not. You don't have to put on pretense. You don't have to try to impress them. I think you should try to impress them with the way you live your life. But in that moment, you can't fool them. You can't con them. You are who you are, and you're either genuinely laying part of your soul upon the altar and speaking to them, or you're not. You're just going through the motions. And trying to BS them. And I say that, I don't. It's another thing on this show that we talk about a lot that I think is very important. Everything we do in our life, we want to elevate ourselves to be worthy of our gods. We don't ever want to drag them down to our level. Knowing, because the thing is, we always want to be closer to the gods. Well, we can do that one of two ways. We can bring ourselves up closer to them, or we can try to bring them down closer to us. We always want to do the former and never, ever the latter. But that said, our way of understanding them has to start with seeing them through the eyes that we have and through the experience that we have. When I say that at any moment, if anyone who's in my phone calls me and doesn't matter anything else, literally anyone who's ever been in my phone, if they called me right now and said, "Hey, Matt, I want you to know that you mean something to me, that I love you, that I care about you, that, I stand with you, you're my guy." That is always, always, always well received. If someone calls and they have some kind of strange, nuanced, feeling out process nonsense, less so. And I'll say this because it's disarming and I think that there is a truth in it. Never mind that I'm almost through bottle 2 of my $3.49 Walmart wine. In Vino Veritas was a reference to our folk because part of our drinking culture in the tribal era was so that when there was a lot of pretense between nobility, between warrior thanes, of trying to see who's the biggest badass, a little bit of drink opens up, the "hey man, I love you." As silly as that's come to be, there's an honesty to it that our ancestors appreciated. When somebody is able to just open up and drop the pretense, "Hey, this is who I am, this is where I'm at. I really appreciate you. I love you. I miss you. I'm thankful for you." Whatever that is, we all know it when we hear it. And it doesn't ever, or at least I hope for you, it never ever doesn't make an impression on you or doesn't mean something. So when people talk about things being pointless or being seeming meaningless, whenever anyone in your life that you care about or that you don't care about, literally, if any person with sincerity in their voice, sincerity in their expression, has something kind to say to me, that has a value. It's never nothing. And I think we all know that as people. That's part of the human condition. And when I say this, I don't mean to diminish anything, but I talk a lot about relating to our gods. A scholar pontificating about Deus Pater and what that means linguistically, so I'm refraining from making vulgar gesturing, but all of that is just kind of absurd. Hey, All-Father, I'm here. I appreciate you. I'm doing my best. I want to do this right. I want to make you proud of me. Hail Odin. I have to believe that that is well received. Whereas the other I don't think that Odin is impressed by your meager academic flex. I do think that he sees your heart and he cares about sincere expression. Somebody that sacrifices himself on the world tree for the runes and plucks out his eye for wisdom, I don't really think that your 3 books you read in college about Doomazil makes a hill of crap difference to him. And I do think that matters.
You had to pick Doom, didn't you?
But I wax art. Here's the thing. Listen up, George. I don't disrespect the work that you've done. It's not the point. The fact that I know your name to use it quasi-disparagingly, I think, is a testament to your enduring scholarship. Not anti-Doomazil. I'm just saying. That's certainly not the end of things. We have while I'm waxing poetic on this, we have another question that came in. The sun was worshipped in almost every ancient culture, and in some religions was the primary deity. Is the sun goddess considered a major deity in the AFA? Svan, speak on that if you would.
So the celestial gods of order and maintenance are the Himmelverder, the heavenly wardens, and an understanding that I think a lot of folks don't consider is that, one, our holy gods are powerful, but some are given duty and preside over things. The Muspel spark, that soul, Suna, is holding, presiding, keeping, and it is again referred to as making it that it is not able to burn the world. On top of this, there is Ymir's skull, which is called Dellinger's Hall, and Dellinger is the presider over this. And there's kind of like the inner and the outer. Major, I certainly think that any of the holy Aesir could be honored by us, and every god and goddess has their moments of cultural shift when there's a desire and a wanting to, and then other times they kind of seamlessly meld in because culture is always changing. But like forced focus of that is very, very interesting. I would say that the Himmelverder are seen as gods that have duty, and that duty is to maintain the correct passageways. They knew not their course in heaven and were given their course in heaven. And so our ancestors saw them as maintaining track. Mauni maintains time. He does this through the calling of the seasons. The day counts the day. The moon counts the seasons. These are the ways that we know when to do certain things, planting, and why we have Ostara during Ostara moon, knowing that this is the time where summer is going to start. All of that is really important. But I think on an individual level, from the church's perspective, if you are giving worship to the celestial and heavenly bodies, it's generally done in times where that has significance. Ostara is honored a lot during Ostara, but very rarely do I ever see a lot of folks just honoring her outside of that. Could you at any time of year? Absolutely. But that's the biggest thing, is that they are maintaining the order that is shared by all. So,
and maybe you should. So guard against ooga booga stuff. This is a very important point that I think a lot of people miss when they view Asatru from the outside. We do not practice animism. We do not worship the sun. The sun is a star made up of cosmic gases that does stuff. It's cool. I appreciate it. It helps us, it allows us to exist. I do not worship the sun. The sun is a collection of gases that does stuff. I do worship forces that animate, that regulate, that create, and that officiate the sun. And it might seem like a very subtle difference to those on the outside, but it's a massive difference. Our ancestors aren't primitive ape beings that, sun. That's not how it works. There are gods and spirits that interact with the natural world, that participate in the gift cycle with all of us, that their dominion is reflected in natural phenomenon. But no, the ooga booga, let's worship the sun because it is a god. Let's worship Mercury because we see that really bright light. It is a god. No, that's not how it works. And when we limit it to that level, we do a disservice to our ancestors. We do a disservice to those who've come before us. And we don't acknowledge that people in the, Arch Asatru era, people who were alive at the recording of our lore, our physiology is the same. Our brain size, our ability to make sense of the world is the same. To think that our, great, however many times grandparents are these idiot monkey creatures, beating bones together. That's not how it works. But they did realize that there are spirits that animate the world around us, that speak to us and tell us things and are the movers of some of these greater phenomenon. To recognize the difference between I drive my car, I'm not my car. That's a real fundamental difference that maybe howler monkeys don't understand, but our ancestors surely understood. And we owe them that amount of respect instead of, an anthropological arrogance. Our ancestors are better than that, and we're better than that. So the solar worship, I think a lot of the times when you see that in other cultures, it's not just deification of the sun. It's respecting of powers that they believe animate or move the sun or make the sun work. I think there are probably some versions of earth fauna that do in fact worship the sun because they don't know better. But that's not us. That's not our ancestors.
I was going to say, one of the interesting things is this primordial placement of stewardship is very interesting. Our ancestors saw the sun is a spark from Muspelheim, and Sol is given stewardship over it to keep it in order, that it was out of order and then was brought into order. And the earth, Emir's body, that the utilization of things and becoming stewards over it to bring order to it. But it gets even stranger. The usage of the bellows, the mythological language, the two horses, the bellows, the shield that she holds behind her to deflect the heat. And just recently, there was a scientific discovery of something they call the Helios shield that stops these terrible rays from coming in and burning the earth. And I see that and I'm like, oh, but how did they know? The gods gave this to our ancestors. It was spoken through, but it's spoken through in language that could be understood then and now in a very different context. Why does the earth have two horses, Deir, and not riding two horses? The sun has two horses, but Mauni only has one. And out of all of those, Mauni is the only one that has not its own centrifugal axis. That blows my mind, a lot of that stuff. But as far as worship goes, I think personal worship, absolutely. During midsummer, you will see a lot of honoring towards Sol and towards Baldur. Ostra for the dawn, during the dawn of summer. But as majorism, I think that's a big thing that we talk about as we understand the hierarchy of our gods. We understand the tripartite and everything that works down from there. But there are cults of the gods that will come in and out and grow and recede based on the needs of the folk. And the gods are always there to provide that.
I'd also like to, I see White Horse Asatru mentioned rune galdering, and he was able to find his wallet after it fell on a bus. And that sounds silly. I will mention I have been greatly, greatly blessed by the Aesir in my life. There have been times to where I was struggling. When I first moved down to Florida, I'd left everything I knew in Alaska to go and be with who would become my future wife. And part of that was to further my ability to work for the Asatru Folk Assembly. It led me to where I am today, but there was some pretty lean years there. And I did some, on the way up to I guess within the week preceding my trip up to Winter Nights in the Poconos from Florida, it was getting pretty lean. And I was really in need of some wealth. And I did a series of very intentional rune galder to increase my wealth and my ability to have enough money to experience some of the joys of life with Mandy and myself. And I did. Again, it wasn't like an all the time thing. I think, the Lord advises us not to ask over much and not to do it all the time for everything. But at a particular low there, I was doing a really intentional rune galder to do well wealth-wise. I discovered when we were driving up 95, first, it was funny is not the right word, but we were driving through Bethesda, Maryland, and none of us really took note, because if you ever driven on 95, it is a flat, straight stretch of roads. Far enough south, it is lined with palm trees. Get a little bit further, it's lined with pines. But you don't have any idea where you are. You're just driving a straight, boring road. Those of us out west know about really dramatic roads. 95 is not that. So we were driving that up to Winter Nights, and we happened to be in Bethesda, Maryland, but we didn't make note of that. And then Mandy was baffled that there's all these one-armed, one-legged people. Like, what's going on here? This is crazy. We were right by the Army Medical Hospital there. A lot of people had prosthesis stuff. But we pulled over to get some gas, and I went into a store. And I found a wallet. found a wallet with $400 in it, and no IDs, no credit cards, no any identifying features other than a leather wallet had $400 cash in it. I thought maybe I was on candid camera or some nonsense, but no, I mean, okay, cool, I'll take it. And we're able to eat out a little bit and have a nice trip up there. And it was really interesting because usually you don't run into something that's doesn't have any identifying feature other than, hey, here is a bundle of dollar bills for you. So things work in really strange ways. Yeah, I don't preclude that at all. It's an odd and seemingly minor thing. I've seen Runegalder, and not just that way. I've seen it work in a lot of ways in this life that might seem subtle or might seem silly if you say it out loud. But absolutely, I believe in it. And it works, and it's worked for me in my life a number of times. And I'm glad to hear that it works for you, and I hope that it works for others that are listening to the broadcast. So we have answered the questions presented to us this evening. We have read up through chapter 15 of the Völsunga Saga. This is turning out to be a very long series with Svan and myself, but it's a very good one. Thank you guys all for indulging us in it. I appreciate everybody who has donated. We've raised, a couple of $100 tonight for Njordhof, which is a big deal. But Svan and I have also got to go through bits of lore that we've not seen maybe in quite some time. And we've got to read those and experience those with each other and with you guys and learn from them and grow from them. Other thing that I meant to mention earlier for people about the sun and the moon and many of the things that we do, it's easy to see a vast body of lore and not know where to start. One thing that I think is really beneficial in Asatru, you can go a million different, okay, that's obviously overstating it. You can go tens of different ways with this and be well served. Going through any of our lore is valuable and beautiful and beneficial. I think very particularly, though, if you have opportunity to go through the Gylfaginning, more than any other specific poem in our lore, I think that reinforces and builds our faith in a very special way. I would encourage everybody who can to go through that. Something funny and interesting, I don't know, point of interest that I do, especially those. Okay, so we have another question that popped up, and I'll hit this. But one thing that some of you may know, I have been trying very hard over the last however long to really dive into the linguistics of our lore, to learning Icelandic and Old Norse to better further my endeavors that way and to better understand subtleties in our lore. Some of it literally hurts my mouth, and I have to put the thing down after a few minutes because my tongue and my jaw is not used to making all of the Icelandic noises. And it is funny, it absolutely is. But one thing I've found myself doing lately is going through the Gylfaginning and reading it out loud in Old Norse to myself and involuntarily to my daughter as I kind of go through it. And that's been really cool because I'm picking up things that when I look over to the side, and it helps that I know the story. It helps that I know a lot of it already. But it's been really special to go through. So if you are out there and you don't know where to start, you don't know what to do, there's all this lore, it's all foreign to you or not accessible, the Gylfaginning, I think, is a very good place to start. I think it's a very good place to spend your time. And I think it's a very valuable place to frequently reinforce your faith through. We have a question from Finn Wraith. Appreciate seeing you here. Look forward to seeing you on the program. Have you ever felt something bad happen, like a punishment from the gods? Svan, vad säger du?
Punishment. Yes, but not in perhaps a way that people would think. I believe that the gods bless us and punish us in very different ways. And both of those ways have effects. That it's not that the blessing is just something and then that's it. Generally, it is something that teaches us that Orlaw, anything placed in the well by the gods is going to draw things to it. And so it can then turn things around, and it goes broader from there. Sometimes it can be a pinprick, but so if a bad thing happens, I first try to figure out or perceive if it's actually a bad thing, or am I just perceiving it to be bad? So I try to look beyond that. The other thing is I think that there have been bad things that have happened to me with the absolute intention by the gods to teach me things, to make me stronger, to make me realize things. So I believe that the gods work in that realm, and that there are a lot of factors going on when the gods place themselves into Orlaw. Have the gods separated themselves by kind of bringing themselves down into my life and doing something directly? I believe only once, and I'm not even 100% sure of it, but I like to believe that they did something good for me in that sense that was way outside of the bounds of necessity for any living, breathing, human. They have seen so many of us come and go. But as far as like good and bad, I don't think that they are things that are always equated to, say, punishment, but sometimes most certainly to lay in front of, to overcome, or to learn parts about ourselves that we didn't know existed. I remember praying. This is going to sound really strange, but I was young, so I was back from the Marine Corps. I was lonely, and I prayed to the gods to just find. I wanted to find someone and be not alone, and I found her, and she was an absolute train wreck. And I learned a lot about my life. I learned a lot about who I was. I literally prayed for it. And then the next thing that happened was I went through this horrendous time in my life with this, evil snake woman. But I look back on it retrospectively. At the time, I was having a miserable time. And I was like, man, I prayed for this. And this is what why are you doing this to me? Why did
As Garth Brooks said, some of God's greatest gifts are unanswered prayers.
But retrospectively now, I learned so much about myself. I matured in my emotions. I matured in my mentality. I don't think that I would have been ready for the commitments and things I needed for my wife if I had not learned all the stuff that I was put through on that. And that's the way sometimes the gods work. But, you know, there's other things like loss of loved ones. I think that's Orlog is going. That Orlog moves, and it has all of its actions and reactions. And what we do when we encounter it is very important. If we willfully press against it or ride over it, that is more, I think, our spiritual pathway. We're not so much as just saying, well, you know, the gods work in mysterious ways, and I forgive everything. I'm just gonna let it go and let Jeebus. That stuff doesn't really happen in our faith. What it more is that it's like, I understand why I'm feeling this way. I'm very upset. I'm angry. And all. What am I gonna do about it? The gods are watching me. What the hell am I gonna do? And again, the gods don't always place rainbows and butterflies in front of us, and with good reason. But as far as like straight punishment, doing something and getting slapped for it, nothing that I can call to mind. And I'm really hesitant to say that, because if this has happened and maybe they're like, well, you didn't get the memo. but I mean, everything that I've had happen that was bad or was struggle was always willfully met with, how can I overcome it? So yeah, I mean, that's my answer. I don't know of anything specifically where I feel like I just got raked over the coals for it.
So some of this is how I choose to process things. First, academically and objectively, certainly, I can't conceive of a way that the gods approve of everything I've ever done in my life. And I'm sure displeasure or disapproval has been expressed in some way. I very consciously make the effort, and it's become integral in the way I see the world. Every blessing that I have in my life is because the gods have favored me, and I am thankful for it. Every calamity, every hardship is my fault. I am very willing to attribute all good things to the Aesir, and I'm very willing to take responsibility for all negative things upon myself. I don't honestly tell you, standing in front of you, and very much under the influence of the fruit of the vine, I'm going to be honest with you. I think there's probably ways that the gods do show me disfavor if I've done wrong or made missteps. I also believe that there's many ways that they bless me, but I'm never going to rail against them or act as if they've done me wrong. I am always going to praise them for ways that I'm blessed and ways that I have beautiful things in my life. You can get yourself in a really strange spiral interpreting every misfortune that you experience as divine punishment. But I think that everything, be it a blessing or a misstep, you can learn from. I think the gods teach us lessons in many ways in our lives. But every Every misfortune in my life is my fault. Every blessing in my life. I'm not pretending that I don't have something to do with it. Certainly I do. But I'm happy to give thanks for every blessing in my life to the Aesir. I've watched the new documentary, Asatru in America, Faith or Fascism. Do you have any thoughts on the documentary? And has it brought more positive or negative attention to the AFA? Since Svan and I were both interviewed for said documentary, Svan, what are your thoughts?
It was, I think it was comical in a way that they set it up. And I actually believe that the people that came to interview us know that it's comical. I think the way they came to our Hof and they talked to us and they got to see us, they realized a lot of perhaps the preconceived notions that they had are different. They did want to get footage of us doing our food drive, but it never worked out because we do it once a month and they could never get their guys down from DC to do it at the right time that we wanted to. Then on short notice, they wanted to do Yule, but I didn't want to spring a TV crew onto our folk during an auspicious time of the year. And I felt that that was deeply irresponsible. And on top of that, they gave us a very short notice. And again, when they got us, they talked to us, and I think they were expecting something else, and they got something very different. And so that kind of extended their timetable out, and they were slowly working on it. But then eventually they put this together, and it's like, you know, these people who are saying sane things, but are they really evil? Bum, bum, bum. We go to this guy who hates, you know, or he's going to hate them and talk about why they shouldn't move for the interests of their own people. And he's for the advancement of colored people. And it was very comical in a lot of ways. But I think overall, yeah, that stuff gives us great benefit. But the one that was done with Wit and Brandy, I think garnered more because of how spicy everything was. I mean, I don't know.
We'll see where this one goes. If the only place that picks it up is the Turkish whatever, that'll be really interesting. It was strange because the news outlet that picked it up was TRT, and I don't know what that stands for. I'm not
testosterone placement there.
I'm not a Turkish fellow. It is probably not testosterone replacement therapy. Although I would advocate that for any gentlemen who are listening to the program. It's good stuff. Cool. I think it was absolutely much more of a benefit than any kind of detriment. I think that strategically, if they would have dialed back the comical silliness by at least a third, I think it would have met their ends a little bit better. The like, dum, 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 evil, whatever was silly. Deep in the heart of America lurks hatred and fascism. That's absurd. Guy that did the interview, he was awesome. He and I got along fine. After the interview, we were talking about like where to go for some good Mexican food. And I will say that Taqueria Los Gallos, if you find yourself in the greater Reno area, Taqueria Los Gallos is a fantastic Mexican establishment with some amazing Jalisco cuisine. My favorite Mexican restaurant I've ever had. I was suggesting it to those guys because it was walking distance from the hotel that they did the interview at. I'll say this. It felt cool. It felt like a big deal that they had me come down to this like hotel room and do this interview. They flew a guy and his cameraman out to do this interview with me for about 2 hours and 45 minutes. As you will notice, most of that did not make it into the TRT piece. Maybe it will make it into subsequent pieces. I don't know. Guy was fine. The guy even told me that we weren't as extreme as most of the people he interviews. He was great. We had a really nice conversation. That's the thing. Please, none of you who are listening to this think that we're dumb. We realize most of the media that's going to reach out to us is going to tell us everything we want to hear, and they're going to do a hit piece because their editor says, hey, we want a piece on racism because racism sells and because we're race baiters. We know that, but if we don't do it, chances are the story's still going to happen. But in that scenario, it happens, and the people that wear cut up cardboard boxes on their head are going to be the voice of our faith. No, we're going to step up. We're going to be the voice of Asatru. We are responsible for the things that we say. And I told the guy this on the day of. You know, he said whatever, and I said, hey, you know, unless you guys use AI to make me say things I didn't say, I'm responsible for everything I said, and I stand by it, and I appreciate the opportunity, and I mean that. We have gotten way more positive than anything negative we've gotten from it, as we always do, to any piece the media has ever done on us. As I mentioned at the beginning of the show tonight, one of the biggest things that is a hindrance to our folk coming home is simply not knowing that this is an option or that we exist. I hope I came off well in the piece. I know that Svan came off amazing. He looked like $1 million for us. And I'm very proud of the way that both he, I, and Thorshoff were represented, and we have the benefit of living in an age where the people that hate us are gonna hate us regardless because they're twisted in that way. But our folk are going to see the things that we say, see the beauty in them, and join us. Some have, more will, and I look forward to the opportunity in the future. The interview process was great. The guy that interviewed us didn't use the spooky, mysterious, evil lurks behind the doorway voice when he talked to me. Probably do another interview with him. He was a cool enough guy. We'll see. But it's a calculated thing that we do because in life, you lose every one of the chances you don't take, you lose. As long as we are not being altered in what we say, and it's not being done dishonestly, whatever wrapping paper they want to put on it is entirely up to them. But Svan and I are going to stand up for the truth as we know it to be, for the will of the Iseer as has been revealed to us to the best of our ability. We will try the best that we can to advocate for our folk, for our faith, for our gods, and to represent the rest of you to the very best of our ability. If we fail in that, we apologize sincerely. If we succeed in that, we are proud to do so. And we look forward to future opportunities. But yeah, overall, it was a positive thing. I felt like a big deal having a hotel room, 2-hour, 45-minute interview with guys flown out from Washington, D.C. We're moving up in the world. So that's what I got to say on it. Svan, do you have any experience on that you'd like to relate to folks or anything you want to add?
I mean, I think one thing is what you said. We are representing Asatru. We are Asatru. Also, there was no other Asatru like intake, except for the Icelanders, who again are privileged enough to live in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and are dangerously trying to skirt around geopolitics. And I had made mention of that because they asked, they said, what do you think about the leader of the Asatru fellowship up there saying that, your religion doesn't have this? And first off, I was like, well, they don't experience it because they're in Iceland and I'm from there and I know that, but how long before there are people who are not Icelanders coming up there and say that they are Asatru, and why do you keep drawing Thor white? He should be no color, or he could be any color. And then every Icelander who suddenly goes, wait a minute, they're going to get they're labeled as a defector or a racist or what have you. The concept never enters their mind because they're so far back on the time scale of things. So they didn't add that. And I mean, I think the other thing was, it was kind of comical in the sense that they were coming around saying like, well, do you denounce this? Do you denounce that? And I remember they cut me off in one of my things. I said that we don't denounce politics because we're not a political organization. So, but
one of the funny things is they grabbed random black dude in wherever in North Carolina and like, hey, have you heard about well, I don't know about them. Well, cool. What do you have to say about racism? One time when I was a young boy, I was whistling at a white lady and my daddy's like, hey, you knocked that off. The hell does that have to do with anything we're talking about? And I don't aim that as the spokesman for the NAACP. He was interviewed completely at random about something he didn't have anything on the radar about. Their attempt to find a counterpoint was so lacking, and I think that's telling. If we had bad relationships with our neighbors, or we had wronged anyone in any way, surely they would have found that person to denounce us and say what horrible monsters we were. But he didn't. They found the Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples to say, I don't know about those guys, but the KKK is bad because when I was a kid in the 1970s, my dad told me not to whistle at white ladies. It really doesn't have anything to do with the Asatru Folk Assembly, which he readily admits he doesn't know anything about.
There was one.
So if that's the best they can do at finding a counterpoint, I think that in and of itself speaks really well for us. The other thing I'd like to say, I think the leadership of the Asatru Félagið in Iceland is terrible. I think that the current leadership doesn't express piety towards the Aesir. I think they have abdicated a great deal of spiritual gravitas due to their complacency and, frankly, laziness. I think there's probably a large number of their membership that might be sincerely interested in Asatru and in being loyal to the Aesir. I would love for those people to join the Asatru Folk Assembly. I'd love to have a conversation with those folks. Shoot, first and most importantly, I'd love to talk to them about Asatru and bring them home to the Aesir. Secondly, I'd love to practice my Eastland school with them and learn how to do it better. But at the end of the day, the practice of Asatru isn't us just yelling white power really loud. That's really not what we do. And if you go to any of our events, you'd know that. I think that many of the Icelanders who practice Asatru would probably be really moved by what we do I'd love to have them visit us. I'd love to visit them personally. I think we'd probably get along really, really well and could learn a lot. It's unfortunate that forces of chaos in the world seek to divide us or cause problems amongst us that probably wouldn't exist organically. I think people misunderstand because you have to be a heterosexual white person to practice Asatru in the Asatru Folk Assembly doesn't mean that's our focus. That's just the requirements to get in the door. That's not what this is about. It's about loyalty and troth to the Aesir. And I think that any well-meaning person looking into it would know that. And I'm hopeful that our people in this day and age have the discernment to see through the, I don't know, ill-intentioned traps of the media to get us to have problems amongst one another.
I was going to say they didn't have any of the American like scrubby groups, because I even mentioned it during the interview. I said,
which one? The last one they had has gone under since.
Right. They've imploded because of embezzlement from their members trying to get a Hoff. I even brought that up. I was like, the one in the Daily Mail, I don't know, the lard neckbeard kindred, they have completely collapsed within themselves because they were taking money for a Hoff, and then somebody asked for an audit, and I guess with that level of autism, someone's going to track the numbers, right?
All right. So let's stress this for a second. I think they were trying to raise $10,000 for refurbishing a guy's barn to make it into a Hoff. And that wasn't handled well. I think he spent it on, I don't know, Coors Light and Fritos or something.
Wasn't that guy the guy with the rabbi for a wife or something? I don't know anything about them.
I don't know. I don't want to disparage that guy. He was a fat dude and he wore some kind of silly, it's like he did some kind of arts and crafts with a beer box to make it look like the silly high-long headdress thing.
Oh, you weren't joking about the beer box thing.
No, I wasn't. And that was his like saging. That's ridiculous on the face of it. As folks would say in the South, bless their hearts.
That's what I was.
As I tell my daughter, they're silly geese. Yeah, that's funny and ridiculous and laughable on the face of it. So I'll say this. Again, you guys have kind of, about an hour ago, we passed a threshold to where we got past what we're talking about tonight. And again, the Walmart had an amazing sale on the Oak Leaf brand of the wines. Again, Oak Leaf is a fine brand of fermented grape, but we're at a point where we're just kind of going at random. So I'll say a couple of things. Something that's been interesting for the Asatru Folk Assembly is to figure out what to measure ourselves against, or how to find points of comparison. It is challenging, but it's a point of pride that we've outstripped our detractors. One thing that will forever stand as a testament to our founder, Stephen McNallen. Asatru today is either some kind of negative reaction to what he built, or is a homage and a continuation of what he built. But the Allfather reaching out and choosing him in 1968, and as our enemies attest, working with him to create modern Asatru, I don't know that there could be a more profound testament to a man's life than that. And we find ourselves in a time, I think, when Svan and I joined or came home to Asatru. There was the Asatru Folk Assembly, there was the Asatru Alliance, there was the Troth, there was the Odinic Rite. All of those other groups have not advanced, have fallen into insolvency. To my understanding, the Odinic Rite has not existed in about 20 years. The only people I've known who are a part of that are people who found it in prison and kind of claim it on the outside. And I mean this honestly, are like Kevin Costner to the United States Postal Service and the postman. Like they pretend it still exists, but it doesn't really, and they don't have any interaction with Heimgest, who I'm under the impression is still the head of their court of Gothar, though no one's heard from him in 20 years. It doesn't really exist. The Asatru Alliance has completely cucked and gone universalist several times over. They don't really believe that, but they also aren't willing to stand on any principle. And their current leadership is someone who was a member of the AFA, but decided they didn't really have the courage or conviction to stand by our principles. So they don't really function anymore. The Troth has long since stopped being about Asatru, has become just a woke outlet about wokeism to be woke because of their wokeness. I mean, many years ago, before it was even fashionable to be woke, I think the 50% or more of their high read, which is their board of directors, was homosexual. One of them was a negress who was a Lokian, and a Wiccan high priestess, and I think a distant third was some kind of Asatru title she claimed for their/themself. Yeah. So we've outpaced that, and there's not a lot to compare ourselves to. We look at local churches, and there's not really something to compare ourselves to because they exist in a very small area. But to try to compare ourselves to the Catholics or the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses that are, in their hundreds of millions or in their billions is also a little bit pretentious on our end. So to find an analog to base our progress on is currently a challenge. I think the closest one, and the one that rightly the media picks up on, is the Asatru Félagsgjöf in Iceland. And they have a really unique situation because the tax structure in Scandinavia, you have a church tax. So a percentage of your tax dollars goes towards a church of your choosing. And if you don't want it to go to Lutheranism, which is the kind of the default setting, but you also don't want it to go to another Christian sect or to Islam or to Judaism, oftentimes atheistic people put it towards Asatru because that's fun and it's kind of a snubbing your nose at the Abrahamic faiths. And so we have a strange thing to where a very large number of their people would identify that way for tax purposes. But we don't see those crowds numbered in photos of ritual or of assemblages of Asatru are there. We don't see that at all. They've made big news when they announced plans for a Hof. Back 15 to 20 years ago or so, and it still doesn't exist. We are currently, as we mentioned earlier in the program, trying to pay off the last 43,000 on our fourth Hof. We have very solid plans for our fifth and our sixth Hof. So it's very hard to find a point of comparison. And I think that our detractors, there's an idea in Western media that when you do a positive story about something, you need to also have the counterpoint by their detractors. We don't really function in a system to where that's an easily attainable paradigm. So I think it makes those that want to do a story have to go to great lengths to figure that out. We did a story in the Babylon Bee, which is a Sacramento area newspaper. The guys interviewed me in a park in my local area, but they said, man, I really wish we could do this story on the religion page that we used to do. But my editor wants a story on racism, so this is where we are. Unfortunately, that's where the current Western media is. Maybe it won't be in 20 years. If it is or if it isn't, I hope that more people find us and come home to Asatru. And we'll keep going, but I think a really good thing to say at this time is if you're listening to this, and you are a heterosexual white person, and you desire a relationship to the ICER, please join the Asatru Folk Assembly at runestone.org/join. Take your time. Ask a folk builder. Ask me. Ask Witan Svan. Ask our producer, Nick, who is a folk builder. Ask any of us any questions you might have. We'd love to answer those and help you out if we can. We are doing some amazing things together. We would love to be able to do them with you. We are stronger if we're all doing them together. So we'd invite you, if you're thinking about it, get off the fence, get on the team. We don't demand that day one you have a deep faith in all the ICER. That's developed over time and over relationship. We do ask that you be sincere in your desire to join us, and we'll see what we can do. We hope that it's something that enriches your life and brings you closer to our gods. But if you're hearing this, if you're watching it, if you're listening to it later as a podcast, if you're a heterosexual white person, join the Asatru Folk Assembly. We're doing awesome stuff. We'd love to have you with us. That said, we have a couple of more questions coming up. A question on piety. Since we owe the gods everything we have as a white people, does it make sense to give to the gods without asking for something in return? Svan, what are your thoughts?
Yes, absolutely. Short answer. Actually, and I'm not going to go really long into this, I would actually recommend that folks give their gift by pouring into the bowl and then taking that bowl and gifting it out, and that being that. I think that is a huge thing that a lot of folks in Asatru don't do enough of. And just having those devotionals of gifting. But yes, no, absolutely okay. The whole idea of the gift for a gift stuff is there is a gift for a gift, but there's also, we are giving for the gift we have been given, and it's already on their end given to us. So we are simply giving back.
But a gift for a gift for a gift, right?
Right. It's that cycle. But Eric, you are correct. There's nothing wrong with doing. I would actually say that should be the mainstay of our faith in piety, and what we're doing is to give to the gods. And we're not asking for anything. We are simply doing this as a testament to the gods of our people and to our ancestors. And that's about it. Other than that, it's willingness to move forward with them.
Eriker, Garathu. Of course we should do that. People have a really silly idea, and dare I say it, as a Hebrew conception of some kind of contractual, the gift demands a gift, because somebody way back when translated it that way. In our faith, there are reciprocal relationships. The idea of sharing a gift from yourself to someone else, but look at you and a gift in your life. If you gift your child a gift and they don't give you a gift back on Father's Day, do you beat them? No, that's stupid. You appreciate the gifts given to you by your children, and you give them gifts on their birthday or on important occasions. To make it contractual, as if the gods owe you because you gave them a $25 bottle of mead, whereas they breathed into you the breath of life and goodly hue. It's idiotic. And without my drunken ramblings, it's on the face of it idiotic. The gods have given bountifully to us in our lives. We know that. We feel that in our bones. Our ability to sit here on a Wednesday night for 5.5 hours to prattle on about this is a testament to the gifts of our gods. Our pouring out a bottle of mead or lighting 50 cents worth of incense doesn't in any way square us with that. And if we're trying to do that, we will always lose. It's the thought that counts in gifting, as we know culturally. It is always appropriate just to pour out a gift of thanksgiving to our gods for the blessings they've given us. That is a good thing to do. If you are so Semitic in your conception of money changing that you need to nickel and dime, you will forever be in debt to the Aesir. There is no way that you can possibly repay them for the gifts they've given to you. So that road goes nowhere. It's always right to give someone a gift and tell them thank you. We know that in life. We know that in our relationships. Extend that to the Aesir. Don't make them something alien or something other. No, they are your gods. They are your eldest and most revered of possible kin. There's nothing foreign. There's nothing alien there. Freely give thanks and appreciation for the things you have. Hail the Aesir.
Hail. I think I've never had the gift of being to run into anyone who thinks that way. I have given this, so I demand that, or I should get this. I'm thankful I've never met anybody. That would probably be the first time I ever get into a fight during a blow. but also too, it's just like what you said when about the ties and suits and shirts. Why would you afford this respectability to a judge, but not to your own gods? And you, the judge, the courthouse, that's out of fear. That hit me. That was a long time ago when you said that. And I don't know if you were saying that to me or to just in general with other people. I can't remember the situation, but that hit me like a jackhammer. It was like, holy moly.
It's true. You know, ladies, if you're going to do up your hair and put on your makeup and look all hot to go out for a job interview, if you wouldn't dress like that for your husband or for your in-laws, what's wrong with you? Why do you care more about, you know, the exchange of money than you do about presenting your best self to the people you care about? And that's true for gentlemen. It's true for everyone. You owe your best to the people you care most about. We are so quick in this world to present our very best self for the people that give the least craps about us in life. But we're very slow to present that extra effort and our best self to those who deserve it, who care about us. You know? If you want to show up looking your best for a job interview, why on earth wouldn't you want to look your best for your husband or your wife, or to show up at your children's event or at your friend's event, to be there for them? And if you want to show up for your husband or your grandparents or your kids' PTA meeting, how much more should you want to present your very best self to our gods, to the literal gods of our race, who breathe life and goodly hue and inspiration into you and your ancestors? Often it's because we just don't think that far. And that's okay. We all start somewhere. But once you wake up, don't go back to sleep. You owe your best to your sons, your daughters, your husbands, your wives, your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents, your gods, than to your paymasters down at the mill or wherever the hell you work. Give your best to those who deserve it. All right. Last question we have, and we'll see if I wax ridiculous and carry this even further into the evening. Do you think politics can sometimes help promote Asatru? Like if Iceland starts getting enrichment, he didn't use quotation marks, but I know he means it. It will probably lead to an increase in right-wing politics. Funny that, which could open, to more to real Asatru. Svan, what do you say to that?
Well, I think one thing is when I spoke earlier and I said we're not in the job of condemning or what have you because we're not a political organization. That is secondary to that we do believe that our people have a right to governance and the choice of governance for themselves and the good things that have come out of the hard work of our ancestors, etc. And that includes politics and how we lead our lives. But in this case, one of the things I would say is politics kind of are downstream from spiritual outlook. And I think that what you're saying is as they catch downstream, well, they begin to kind of search upstream. And I do believe that's a possibility. Absolutely. I've known people who've done it. And they're still stuck in the political realm, and it's a hard time sometimes to tell them, no, this is a spiritual battle, and so on and so forth. And the idea that like a lot of folks nowadays are trying to push Christianity as this is European white religion, but it's just the veneer over like a Semitic religion. They try to push that as, again, bending politics with it, but it shows they'll very quickly say like this is white, this is the white religion of Christian in Europe, but your women need to cover their hair when they go into church because Yahweh get mad.
Silly geese, I say.
Silly geese.
Silly geese.
But I was going to say,
as a father, I use the term silly goose unironically oftentimes because it really becomes childish. Also, hey, Angela, I see you. We appreciate you. I'm glad you joined us this morning. Maybe 2:30 for you and perhaps for Svan.
Yes.
It's only 11. What is it? 11:35 for me.
Oh, you lucky.
It's not quite that late.
No, I was going to say one other thing about that is the enrichment of Iceland. As things become more prevalent, as white people realize that they are hated really for unsubstantiated reasons or reasons cooked from the past. And if they don't fit, they're going to make it up. We know all that.
Or for being too awesome.
Or for whatever reasons. As people do experience these things, as they see and look into the religion of Christianity or Islam, and they see this foreign alien thing, they may start to look around. And I hope that's the biggest point, is we are a presence that they can find when they realize, when they have that severance, when it enters their mind, like, how can there be not one government for the entire world, but one religion for the entire world? That doesn't seem right to me. And the moment they have that break in severance, if we have our shit together, pardon my language, and we are professional and forward thinking, we will be there, and that will guide them home. That's what we need. We can't have this backyard stuff. That's why this is so important.
Finn Wraith, I was in your environs exactly once. You said you are in the Netherlands currently. I was in Amsterdam in a layover one time. It was the most palatial, like, shopping mall airport I've ever been in. I appreciate all our Europeans that are joining us on this. I'll say this, as far as politics and things go, I am proud of my race. I am proud of the amazing things that we have brought to the world. I don't want to take away anything from anybody else's race that you guys do. And if you guys make delicious food, I will celebrate you for it. I like peanut butter. Good job, guys. Whatever the case might be, I appreciate it. Realistically, and we're just keeping it real. That's what we're doing. Keeping it 100, as the kids say. No, we're not out to be opposed to anybody else, but we are absolutely out to advocate for ourselves. To the degree of which that might be political, so be it. But it does flow downstream of our faith. I will say this, as far as politically as we relate to other races of people. Racially, I don't think we have political problems with most groups of people. I think that our biggest quote-unquote political enemies are white leftists that are woke. I've never had a problem as a person who's always been very open about my views, my values, and my racial pride. I've never had a problem with any other race of people. I have friends that will embrace me with a hearty hug every time I see them of different races. That's not the issue. It's this mentally ill, woke crap that we face that's the problem. I hope every race of people embraces their gods and makes the very best of themselves that they can do. And I mean that. Politically, I do think that quote unquote enrichment, which means the injection of chaos and crime into white areas, that absolutely awakens people to the need for uniting and advocating for our own interests. We see that time and again. People think the AFA grows in homogenous areas. Surely this area that's 97% white will be ripe for AFA membership. I hope so. I would love to accept those people back home to our ancestral faith. Absolutely, 1,000,000%. What we see more often than that is folks that are forcibly abused by intentionally abusive immigration, intentionally abusive integration of different groups of people. We see those people watch what their fathers and grandfathers have built be destroyed. And we see a desperation there of those people joining us because life, quote unquote, the ironic use of the term enrichment, has awoken people who normally wouldn't have had those thoughts to be concerned about what their future is, what they're leaving for our children. I'll say this, my father, who is a very, quote unquote, kosher conservative, very middle of the road conservative, as you might say, he acknowledged to me remorsefully, this is the first generation of Americans that he thought perhaps we are leaving a worse world for our children than we had. People are waking up. And unfortunately, it's white people that are doing a lot of the damage with the woke mind and value corruption that they're doing. But I want to assure you, the Asatru Folk Assembly doesn't define ourselves by being anti-anybody. Anti-Loki, I suppose. Anti-chaos, I suppose. But no, we're Asatru. We're not, I don't know, Roka Eki. We're Asatru. We support the ICER. We're loyal to the ICER. We're proud white men and women who support the advances of our race throughout the ages and who love our gods and who want our children to look like us and to look like our fathers before us. I really hope every other group of people on the planet feels the same way about their folk and their gods. Don't believe, to quote Public Enemy, don't believe the hype. So there you go. Big ups to Professor Griff and Chuck D.
Every time we do that, I picture like whose head is exploding during that. Like
probably a variety of heads are exploding, but not mine. Svan, that's the last question we have this evening. Do you have anything to leave the folk with until we talk again?
No, I don't. It's late here. It's almost 3 o'clock. But I appreciate. I have fun. Every time we do this, it's amazing. And again, the questions, people, everything. It's great. I love doing this. And we got a lot of stuff to cover, so we're going to keep doing this.
I would keep you up further by giving you obnoxious phone calls, but I might refrain, assuming you answer my call in the coming days. That's on you, my friend. So everybody else here, this is really a cool opportunity for Svan and myself to talk to you about a variety of things that speak to our soul. I'm very thankful. I hope that Victory Never Sleeps advances the cause of the Aesir. I hope that it advances Asatru. I am thankful that it gives me and people who I dearly love the opportunity to speak to you guys about the things that matter to us, to share of ourselves, of our family, of our experience. I hope you guys at least enjoy it, perhaps at most benefit from it in some way. If you're listening and you're on the fence, sack up, join the AFA. We want you guys here with us. Ladies, you know what I'm saying. You might not be so equipped physiologically, but you know the point that I'm making. Get on the team. Really and truly, though, if you're listening to this, thank you. I encourage all of your questions. If you ever have them, please email them to vns@runestone.org. Appreciate you guys listening. Never, if you would have asked me 10 years ago or when I was growing up, if I would have thought I would have had the ability to speak to this size of audience about things that matter to me, I wouldn't have thought I had this opportunity, and I'm blessed because of it. It is my sincere hope, as I'm sure it is Svan's, that we advocate a position the Aesir approve of. On a mundane level, we appreciate the opportunity to tell you about things we care about. I hope it all elevates us in a way that makes us generate the attention and hopefully the pride of our gods and our ancestors. We are doing fantastic things. We're doing those things together. Your generosity of wallet, but also just of spirit and of participation, are building something that our children and our grandchildren will grow in, will appreciate, and will celebrate in the future. I appreciate you guys. I look forward to talking to you all next week. Svan, you are amazing. You're one of my very best friends. You add so much to this. I don't think you know, because you don't see the emails that I see, on how much all of these people appreciate you, what you bring to the broadcast. So thank you very much.
Thanks,
my dear friend Svan.
It is an absolute pleasure. And it is a chance for us to get a chance to talk and see each other while talking to each other.
You're a difficult man to get a hold of. Some of these people know, but some of them don't. Either way, the juice is always worth the squeeze. Producer Nick, Nick Rice, ladies and gentlemen, folk builder Nick Rice in Tennessee is top 3 hardest working members of the Asatru Folk Assembly easily. My own hubris makes me try to fight that for one of the top spots. Objectively, I don't know if I can really stand before that. Nick works for us 24/7. I mean, he's got to sleep at some point, but he is. Our producer puts in an amazing amount of work for our folk and our gods. doesn't get near the recognition that he deserves. Hopefully that changes over time. But Nick, we appreciate you. Audience, you guys are amazing. You guys contribute so much. We are in episode 145. The fact that you guys listen to me rant about stuff every week is amazing and very much appreciated. So everybody keep up the good work. We love you guys. I look forward to talking to you next week. We have an episode of Adulting with Alan, where our law speaker will tell us about things that will make us better versions of ourselves. Until then, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.
Bye, guys.
Yeah, I know. System stuff.
Waiting on that theme music.